guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are both campaigning in as many swing states as they can. That will be crucial in determining the outcome of the presidential election. The vice president told a crowd of supporters in Arizona that this is one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. Donald Trump, meanwhile, has made the promise of mass deportation of people who do not have legal permission to be in the U.S. a central part of his campaign, and in a state like Nevada, immigration is a top issue. Caroline Malone reports.
It's the final stretch to the finish line for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's campaigns, but each has been plagued by controversial comments. Trump on Wednesday dressed as a garbage collector in Wisconsin, hitting back at comments made by President Joe Biden that his supporters were garbage. That in response to a comedian slamming Puerto Rico at a Trump rally in New York, offending a key demographic of US voters. Polls show both candidates are neck and neck in the final days of campaigning. With every vote counting, Trump is off to Milwaukee and Virginia this weekend, Harris in Pennsylvania for a final rally on Monday.
More than 150 people have died in Spain's worst flooding in generations. Search and rescue teams continue to look for missing people as rains continue to threaten parts of the country. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says right now the most important thing is to save as many lives as possible. Giles Gibson reports.
Hundreds of soldiers have been sent to eastern Spain to assist search and rescue teams who are picking their way through wrecked cars, buildings and flooded fields. The Spanish authorities have not said publicly how many people are still missing in the wider Valencia region, but they do expect the death toll to rise. Tractors, water pumps and other special equipment have also been brought in to clear mud and debris from the streets. The floods were triggered earlier this week when a year's worth of rain fell in some parts of the region in just 24 hours.
A new United Nations report indicates catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity, bordering on starvation in 5 countries around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
The Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Programme says that the acute food insecurity is set to increase in both magnitude and severity in the coming months across 22 countries. The 2 UN agencies warn that the spread of conflict, particularly in the Middle East, coupled with climate and economic factors, are pushing millions of people to the brink. While the Palestinian territories, Sudan and South Sudan, as well as Mali and Haiti, have been identified as the top 5 places most likely to see deadly hunger levels, the organization has added new hotspots of acute hunger since it last reported on this matter in June. These include Lesotho, Namibia and Niger.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the claims by former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly that Donald Trump is a fascist who during his first term in office expressed admiration for Hitler not once but on multiple occasions. The claims by General Kelly, just days before the end of America's election campaign, were embraced last week by Kamala Harris. She seized on them to describe her rival as a fascist, unfit to occupy the office of the presidency. But are the claims true? Kelly's successor as Trump's White House Chief of Staff is Mick Mulvaney.
I never even heard him mention Hitler at all, let alone in a positive sense. I thought it was noteworthy that John Bolton, who's the National Security Advisor and I was the Chief of Staff, whose antipathy towards Donald Trump is not hidden, said that, he believes John Kelly when John Kelly says it, but he didn't hear those words either. Other former high-ranking Trump officials who put out a statement this week backing what John Kelly said, but at the same time said they didn't hear it either. So I was very disappointed in my predecessor that he's made a decision. That's fine. But no, I never heard it. If I thought the man was a fascist, I would have quit. And I'm sort of surprised that John sat on this for 5.5 years without saying anything about it and didn't quit at the time.
To be clear, General Kelly has voiced intense criticisms of Trump previously, claiming he dismissed military veterans as suckers and losers. But it is unclear why he waited so long to make his latest, very dramatic revelations. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. The race for the White House is on a knife edge. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris make their final push with just days to go before the U.S. presidential election. Spain in mourning as the death toll from devastating flash flooding passes 150. The search and rescue teams continue to look for the missing. A new United Nations report reveals almost 24 countries are at high risk of acute hunger. And that is the latest feature story news. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
All right, thank you very much, Josh Malloy. Yes, I'm 1,000 miles away. But we're rolling into a Friday. Hi there. Are you ready to get this party started? Here we go. A little TGIF action. Oh, and looky there. I see the calendar has changed. the 11th month of 2024. Yes, indeed, here come the holidays. I kind of figured one more night for Bone Jangles hanging behind me there as we close out Halloween. So, good evening for those on the West Coast. Good morning. We've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. And indeed, the first day of November rolling in. I'm Steve Summers, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, we've had our cold front come through. Didn't drop temperatures exponentially. We got a little bit of rain, not nearly what I anticipated. As much of the rain on the northern flank of this cold front has just kind of really dissipated. We have light rains stretching from western New York down through northwestern Pennsylvania, eastern Ohio. Really, the rain is more or less scattered. You get into a more solid line of light to moderate rain over eastern Kentucky or right down through the heart of Tennessee. Most of the rain now east of Nashville, kind of headed toward the Knoxville area. Then we get a bit of heavier rain down through northern Alabama, central and southern portions of Mississippi. Actually, the heaviest rains are stretching from south of Jackson, Mississippi, down through New Orleans, then on out into the Gulf Coast. So that's a storm system that will continue to progress to the east on through our Friday and exit the eastern seaboard. But hang on, a new storm will be delivering kind of a lather, rinse, repeat, multiple days of severe weather from the plains this weekend to the Mississippi Valley early next week. Looks like weather is going to definitely play a role, potentially some stronger storms for Election Day for those who hold off on the early voting. Hopefully this does not impact the turnout on Election Day. After this week's storm brought some severe weather 24 hours ago, we were watching severe thunderstorms and even tornado warnings, along with a lot of lightning flashes for some of the trick-or-treaters this past evening. Severe weather is going to be a whole lot quieter as we close out the week for millions of folks today for Friday. Still, the first day of November can bring some spotty thunderstorms from northeast Texas to the southern Appalachians, where little to no rain falls. Lightning strikes could pose a hazard for starting brush and wildfires. Some of those storms in central and western Texas could be a little more robust or locally severe. Thunderstorms over the southern plains will be boosted as we roll into Saturday, as our next storm swings northward from Mexico ahead of a storm pushing inland over the Pacific Northwest. And we're beginning to see some of the first precipitation impacting parts of Washington and Oregon with that next system. Looks like the highest risk of any severe thunderstorms with hail and strong winds on Saturday will extend from West Texas and along the eastern border of New Mexico, then northward to the Oklahoma Panhandle, eastern Colorado, and western Kansas. Those two storms will then combine forces as the weekend progresses. Additionally, we'll see an influx of Gulf of Mexico moisture, a resurgence of warmth, and some jet stream energy that's going to crank up the intensity of thunderstorms. Meanwhile, the slow-moving nature of this storm system, bringing the torrential downpours, will push rainfall amounts to heavy, even excessive levels in some cases. Despite vast areas that are abnormally dry with drought conditions, so much rain so quickly could lead to some pretty significant urban flooding, quick rises on some of the smaller streams. The risk of severe weather Sunday will extend from, again, west central Texas, northward into southeast Nebraska, southwestern Iowa. Looks like the second half of the weekend threat includes some of the major metro areas: Oklahoma City, Kansas City, Missouri, Omaha, Nebraska. High winds, hail, flash flooding, and yes, even a few tornadoes. Then we look to Monday. That severe weather threat will continue over roughly the same geographic region, but it's going to expand and begin shifting a bit further to the east. Severe weather Monday will extend from north central and northeastern Texas, now into central and eastern Iowa, western Illinois. Again, Oklahoma City and Kansas City will be in that risk area for Monday as well. We can add in Dallas, St. Louis, Little Rock, Des Moines, Iowa. Just like Sunday, some of these storms will pack high winds, hail, flash flooding, and tornadoes. Well, there we go. By Election Day Tuesday, this multi-day severe weather event will likely be past the peak anyway, as the jet stream energy will be fleeting. There will still be a strong west to east temperature contrast with plenty of moisture in that warm air. Some of the ingredients for heavy, gusty, locally severe thunderstorms from eastern Texas and Louisiana to southeast Illinois, Indiana, and the lower peninsula of Michigan, as well as western Ohio. Torrential downpours, localized flash flooding. The risk of lightning could still cause some travel delays and maybe some problems for voters, especially if you're waiting in long lines at the polls. In many cases, those lines are often extending into the outdoor areas, and that's why nasty weather on Election Day definitely has an impact. So there we go. Quick look around the country. We will be looking at, we had our first significant snowfall of the season in parts, especially Wyoming was hard hit this week. There's going to be another round of potentially heavy snow coming your way here starting Friday night. Let's real quick jump over there because that was one of our industry headlines. Semi-trucks passing through Donner Pass were required to stop for a brake check on I-80 during the first snow this past day, Thursday. The snow fell on I-80 along Donner Pass in California Thursday morning. According to the Reno Gazette-Journal, the snow prompted a chain requirement for drivers traveling without snow tires or four-wheel drive. A mandatory brake check for semi-trucks was also put in place on westbound I-80, approximately half mile from Nyack in Placer County. The purpose of the brake check was to reduce brake fires during these slick early winter conditions. Now, the next winter storm is expected to arrive tonight, Friday night, November 1, and last through Saturday. Forecasts say between 6 inches and 2 feet of snow is expected in the higher elevations. Snow is also expected along Highway 395 near Mammoth, California. So be aware of that. Good time if you haven't yet with some of these Arctic outbreaks coming in. Begin thinking about, you definitely should have placed your order by now. Begin treating that diesel fuel for winter conditions. Nothing like getting gelled up and finding yourself stuck on the side of the road. We're still a bit of ways from those sub-zero temperatures, but in many cases, especially for those that are using fuel that may have a bit of the bio mix, the gel point is much higher for that particular fuel. So the everyday diesel treatment with winter anti-gel is what you need to begin treating with. I think they've got some deals going on that right now at HotShotSecret.com. Stock up for the winter and always have a bottle of that Diesel Winter Rescue if you do find yourself gelled up. That'll get you rolling again till you can get to maybe the next safe exit and get that fuel treated properly. All right, underway, Friday, TGIF. Let's see who we've got checking in. Philly Dan is on board. Yes, indeed, TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Yes, it's been some crazy weather, hasn't it? Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. There's Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Hope all of your goons and goblins had their fill of the great big gobs of greasy, grimy gopher nuts. Washed down with a couple of Reese cups and tucked away for the night in their sleeping quarters. Because now, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, hidden in the Hotshot secret bunker, Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. It's TGIF, and the overnight drive is hammered down. 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. 61 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. It was kind of a dark, drizzly, gloomy night for all the little Draculas out there looking for blood candy to suck on before bedtime. Yeah, not much of a turnout as a result. Anyway, so it's time to snuggle up to whoever, whatever, heat up that cup of joe and rest that belly. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? I can vouch. I slept through trick-or-treat. I did not get up to see any of the ghosts or goblins, but for the amount of candy I had purchased this year, it was probably about half of what I purchased last year, and we nearly ran out. I did see that the princess left me one unopened bag, so I've got some Twix, Snickers, what is that, peanut M&Ms there. Seeing we had leftover candy. The trick-or-treat numbers obviously were much lower in our area with the gloomy weather out there. Hello to Country Bumpkin checking in. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Brian is on board from, from the TA, Travel Centers of America, Porter, Indiana this morning. Everybody stay safe. Gilligan, happy Friday. Clear, warm at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. 62 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Speaking of unusually warm, there's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. 72 degrees in Athens, New York. Now, we're after the midnight hour on the 1st of November. 72 degrees. That's more like midsummer temperatures for that region. Round number 4 to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware, to reload for, it might be Saturday or it may be Monday.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, it must be that time once again.
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Right on cue. Hello, Captain Ron.
Right on cue. How are ya?
Well, Friday.
Damn, we got.
Here comes the weekend.
Yeah, casual Friday. We got. We changed the calendar. We're going to daylight savings time.
Oh yeah.
You and I finally get some sleep in the dark for a change. That's what I miss, is sleeping in the dark.
Unlike most, yes, because I like that. The sun going down, 5, 6 in the evening, so I get several hours of darkness to sleep.
Right. And got election eve on the greatest day of the week.
Yes, sir.
Got a lot happening this weekend.
Busy.
Busy, that's right. They announced Tuesday that Clearwater Beach is open for business now. I haven't been there. They said parking is scarce, but they said, come on down. We're open for business.
So a lot of those beaches, a lot of those beaches have been closed. What, since the storm came through for several weeks? Then, right?
Yeah. Helene did a lot of damage, and then Milton they were starting to come back. Some places opened up and then got hit again.
Right.
But I don't know what they're going to do with all these downed trees that are everywhere. I mean, I go by there's these great big fields that are they must be 4-story high mounds of trees. I don't know what they're going to do with all that wood. They don't burn it, do they? No, they don't burn that. I can't imagine. And the debris, all the because you got to gut your drywall and insulation and all that, carpet and all that.
Mm-hmm.
They've got same mountains of debris. I don't know what they do with all that. Maybe make them out trash more or something.
Right.
Another landfill, I guess. I don't know, but I guess the parking is going to be scarce because they've got a lot of the parking lots are full of mounds of sand that has to be cleaned before they can put it back out on the beaches. I heard that roof for the Tropicana is going to be like $39 million or something. But they're also planning a new stadium, so I don't know what the deal is.
Right. So would you put the money in replacing a roof, or just go with the new stadium?
Right. I mean, I don't know when they were planning on the new stadium, but $39 million for a new roof and then a new stadium in a couple of years. It seems like to me it'd make more sense to just write it off and play somewhere else. I don't. Maybe there's nowhere else they can play. I don't know. Other than that, I don't have a whole lot. Other than it's 68 degrees right at Georgia-Florida line. It's warmer out there in New York where Larry's at.
Isn't that something? Yeah. Wow.
I know. It's kind of crazy, but anyway, I thank you for taking my call and hope you have a good weekend. We'll call you on the greatest day of the week.
As always, thank you for reminding us one day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right. Yes, and he mentioned, fall back weekend. You get the extra hour. Saturday night when you go to bed, I typically just, when I get up Sunday morning, just say, I got to set the clocks back. And then always, I miss one. What do you wager that Wheelchair Dave will have to call me in a couple weeks and say, "Hey, Steve, that clock on the wall behind you, it's an hour off." That's happened to the last several time changes, but all right, we'll look forward to that. An extra hour of sleep over the weekend, and then, yes, for those of us who are nocturnal workers, actually get some some darkness to sleep in during those late afternoon and early evening hours. Very good. Hello to Jeffrey. Check it in from Florida as well. There's Timothy. Good morning. Nice night here, Rocky Mount, Virginia. Had a lot of trick-or-treaters. All right. Bob the electrician from Michigan is on board. Michigan represent, because right behind there is Steve, the Michigan madman. Hello to all the overnight drive friends from the Michigan madman. Roy. Hey. All right. Hey, Roy. Good to have you with us. Shorty, I-77, northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line. 61 degrees at this hour. And he is Columbus bound. All right, Kim. Good morning, Steve. Hope everybody has a super weekend. Please be safe out there. All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends. I know the two-time world champion Bull Hauler's on board. Buckeye Boy trying to get back toward the home 20 destination.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Hire. At least 140 people are confirmed dead following flash flooding in eastern Spain. Rescue workers and the army are searching for those missing, but the emergency is not over, with more rain expected. Giles Gibson is our Southern Europe correspondent.
Hundreds of soldiers have been sent to eastern Spain to assist search and rescue teams who are picking their way through wrecked cars, buildings and flooded fields. The Spanish authorities have not said publicly how many people are still missing in the wider Valencia region, but they do expect the death toll to rise. Tractors, water pumps and other special equipment have also been brought in to clear mud and debris from the streets. The floods were triggered earlier this week when a year's worth of rain fell in some parts of the region in just 24 hours.
North Korea has fired an intercontinental ballistic missile on its longest flight recorded yet, in violation of United Nations restrictions. The country's leader, Kim Jong-un, says it shows his nation's will to respond to its enemies. Following developments from the region, Laura Westbrook.
The launch took place from an area near Pyongyang at 7:10 local time and fell into the sea. Officials believe it was a long-range ballistic missile fired at a high angle. Japan said it threatened not only Japan, but the international community, and said the flight time was among the longest. On Wednesday, South Korean officials said a mobile launcher had been positioned at a possible test site. They suggest that Pyongyang could conduct a long-range missile test or its 7th nuclear test around the time of the U.S. presidential election.
With 5 days to go until polls close in that election, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are today holding competing rallies in Nevada, a key battleground. Both the vice president and the former president are courting a voter bloc that could swing the state. Hispanics represent about 30% of Nevada's population and have traditionally been an area of strength for Democrats. But Republicans have been gaining ground amongst religious American Latinos, even after a speaker at a Trump rally called the Hispanic U.S. territory of Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Last night, driving a garbage truck and wearing a bright fluorescent orange vest, Donald Trump told supporters he'll protect women from missiles and migrants, whether they like it or not. Kamala Harris says that remark is proof he wants to make decisions about women's bodies. And in football, Ruben Amorim looks set to become the new manager of Manchester United. The Portuguese Sporting Lisbon boss is favoured to replace the sacked Eric Ten Hag. Real Madrid's trip to Valencia has been postponed due to the Spanish floods. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSA.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, who says, good morning, Steve. 36 degrees in Humphrey, Nebraska. Fixing to load my powerful chrome-plated cow truck for a high-speed trip to the land of Oz. Then it's south to the Weiss compound to hang out with the hot blonde wife. I've done a lot of miles in a few days, as a bull hauler does. Live action continues. Steve, this is a very special one-night-only Make America Great Again shout-out to all my beautiful, lovable, salt-of-the-earth garbage haulers from Parks Livestock of Nebraska. I love it. Garbage. You're a bunch of garbage. All right, Buckeye Boy, what do we got from Abilene, my Abilene, Texas, 60 degrees. Vote early if you can. Take your friends, your neighbors, your relatives. Bank your vote. It's a good day for driving. Should be home by Saturday. Everybody have a great night, a better weekend. And be careful out there, my fellow garbage friends. Yes, indeed. Let's see. Hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, 62 degrees, Kingsport, Tennessee. Today is my 32nd birthday. Happy birthday, Jacob. All right. It's good to know we've got some listening friends out there that aren't geriatric like me and old Big Ed. Are you with me?
Boy, I feel geriatric at times. Especially after today, dealing with all them young people. I thought, boy, you talking about geriatric. I was, man, today was some kind of day. I tell you what, Steve, I have a newfound respect for school teachers.
Oh, yeah. Give us the full report. I shared your little bit last evening. I assumed you were in
Yes,
bed.
and I appreciated that, Steve. It was very heartfelt. Really, I mean, in some people's world, hey, no big deal. So you was a substitute teacher. But you have to understand my background and where I come from. That I got kicked out of school.
Yep.
Second semester of my junior year because I was skipping school. And at that point, my principal, which I loved him dearly, said, Ed, we've got to let you go. At that point, I knew I made the biggest mistake of my life, because at that point he said, "You'll not be able to graduate with your class. You will never. You can't make up the credit. You're going to have to repeat your junior year." And at that point, I thought, I'm not going back.
Yeah.
Because, my classmates were my buddies. They was my friends. So I failed them. We all went through pain together. We cried together. We fought together. Everything. We did it together. It was a close-knit community where your classmates were your brothers and sisters. You just did things together. I can remember Halloween, my junior year, the night before a big football game. It fell on Halloween, fell on a Thursday, and Friday night we had a big football game. And the kids, back when I was growing up, we would go up and down Main Street throwing eggs and
right,
water balloons. So, we did all kinds of rot. So to be able to go back into a school that I left so many years ago, and to be able to stand up and help these young people, a lot of the kids that I went to school with that are my age, their grandkids were in my classroom today.
Wow.
They're some of their nieces and nephews.
Now, what kind of age? What grade were you?
These were ninth grade.
Ninth grade, okay.
Ninth grade.
I got you.
And I got to tell you, what blew my mind, and I hope I got time, is I walked in there. I had 3 hours of English literature, and then I had 3 hours of science. And it's like I told the young people, I said, understand. And I told them a story how I today was my first day of being back in the high school, in the very classroom that I was in was my science class.
Wow.
When I was in high school. And I remember my teacher's name was Mr. Tench. So all these memories were just really flooding back.
Sure.
And I all of a sudden, because back then when I got kicked out, I felt less than. There was always a piece of my life that was missing. I felt like I got left behind. So throughout my life, it's really been something that's stuck with me all these years. Even though I went to college, even though I went and got my GED, that stigma, I got kicked out of school, and I felt like a failure. It stuck with me all these years. Kay used to just have trouble because there was times that maybe it was, let's just spell it out what it was. It's a psychological thing. Really, that's how bad it hurt me, that I hurt myself, that it stuck with me for 50 years. And there I'm 66 years old. And I always felt, no matter what I've accomplished in life, that one area of my life, I was a failure. I never could shake that.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I buried him. To stand before my classmates' grandkids, nieces and nephews, and say, hey, I've got something important for you that might help you. And it's like I told the young people, I said, I'm not going to teach you nothing. You guys are smarter than me. I said, in 1976 and 77, NASA launched 2 satellites. They're out in interstellar space that's still communicating back to the Earth. I said, that's 50-some years. Now, I said, today's technology that you use today, it's thanks a lot to NASA, the science. And I said, so you guys in this telephone here that you use, I said, you got more technology in that than I ever dreamed of having. Back when I was going to school, you did math, you did it the old-fashioned way. You figured it out on paper.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have a phone to back you up. We at then they was just starting to come out calculators, but that's what, Texas Instruments calculators, but we weren't allowed to use them.
Right.
You had to figure that out on yourself. You had to get up on the chalkboard and write down them numbers. And you had to do it in front of the whole class. And if you was a dummy, well, you know how kids are, peer pressure. They'd rag you. So, but what really amazed me, Steve, believe it or not, when we discussed we discussed the show, a lot of the young men were really fascinated with the fact that I'm a cross-country truck driver. And they quizzed me long and hard on it. And I told them about your program. And you and our fellow drivers out there. And a lot of them were young farm kids. Are you there? Do you need to go?
No. You're fine.
A lot of them were young farm kids that are interested in getting their CDL. And, you know, it's because they work on the farms. They haul wheat or harvest beans or, you know, they run errands for their dads and they drive these farm trucks.
Mm-hmm.
And I told them, you know, the general consensus, at least from my perspective, what I've heard over the years, that we talked about introducing younger generations to the road out there on the highway, and most general feeling is young farm kids from these smaller communities have what it takes to go out there and be a successful owner, operator, or truck driver just based on their work values that they're taught at home in these smaller communities and on the farms. And it's like I told them, you guys got something more than, say, these bigger kids or these kids in these bigger communities such as the Cincinnati area. You know, the bigger schools where I don't know how many classmates your grandson's got, but you know, you take some of these bigger high schools where there's 400 and 500 students to a class.
Yep.
Where today, my biggest class was 21 students, and I was able to handle all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And they was, you know, like there was one boy there that fresh from Mexico that got started school in August, don't know how to talk English. So how did I communicate with him? I had one of the Spanish kids that understood English. I used him as an interpreter so I could make him understand what I was saying. And that, you know, but the one thing that they were reading, and I took it because the teacher said, hey, you know, but we're reading or we're studying To Kill a Mockingbird. A great piece of literature. I don't want to tell you about To Kill a Mockingbird. Harper Lee right now. You know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
And the wording that's in that book, the famous N-word. And the teacher said that, well, you know, the kids would put headphones on and let a computer narrate the story to them. And I said, no. I said, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take a vote in class because you're studying the material. It's right, you know, it's coming through the headphones to you. Here's the books. The teacher, thank good Lord, he had books of Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird. I said, let's get the books. You're on chapter 12 on the computer. Let's open up to chapter 12 and let's do a public. Each individual stand up and let's read from this book. I said the book was written from this author's perspective back in the 30s of the deep south of Alabama of what she perceived racism to be. And this is what it was about. The way they did things. When we all know Jim Robinson. As a matter of fact, I just watched the show last week on public channel. Every time it comes on, I watch it and I get upset because of the verdict of what happened to Jim Robinson. Everybody knows he was innocent, but yet because of the general feelings of the at that time, and it's not fair just to blame it all on the Deep South, because I can remember as I was growing up the racism I seen, and it was happening here in Oklahoma where I lived. I remember it, and so it's not fair to just say that was the prevailing attitude because of the Deep South, because it wasn't. It was all over. And the one word, the N word. And I told him, I said, this is a great piece of literature. I said, if you're going to read it, don't leave out no word. Read it. But when you read it with conviction. Understand what you're reading. Make me taste the corn pone. Make me taste, or make me hear the dog barking going down the street under the moonlight, the lamps, street lamps. Make me scared of Boo Radley. And I said, make me understand what that N-word meant and why they used that. What does it mean to you? Now, I said, now I'm going to tell you right now, I don't expect you to use that word. I said, I'm going to let y'all decide, but you're reading a piece of literature. It's in the school. Now, are you going to use that word? You're going to read it? Are you going to understand what it is? Now, you got to take a vote right now, because if you're not going to give the book its due, then we're not going to read it. And we're not going to hide from it. And those kids were so enthusiastic. They wanted to read out loud. They wanted to discuss what was being written in the book. Their perspective of the N-word. And these were Spanish kids. Now, there was no black kids in the classroom, because we would have got their feelings about it too. Their perspective of the N-word, every one of them to a T said, what's the big deal? And like I told them, I said, well, some people use it in terms of putting you in your place. Does that make it right? No, it don't. That's why people get offended by that. Well, to them, they still are not comprehending that. To them, it's just a word. And to them, and they could set it to a T. And really, it's how I feel. If you're going to put a value to the word, then apparently it means something to you because you put a value to that word. Look, case in point, and I know I'm comparing apples to oranges, Joe Biden referring to us as trash. I don't put a value to what President Biden said. So therefore, I'm not upset that he referred to me as being a Trump supporter trash. Because I know I'm not trash. So therefore, I'm not upset about it. Do I think President Biden meant to Big Ed, you're nothing but trash because you support Donald Trump? No, I think what he's saying is, I think your opinions on his policy might be a little bit on the trashy side. Well, guess what, President Biden? I think a lot of your policy and your opinions on economics, and we discussed economics in class, is a bit on the trashy side. But you know what really amazed me? These young people, it's like they said, that word don't mean nothing to them. They don't use it in a derogatory fashion. And they sat around and they openly admit, when we're out palling around and doing things, but we call each other that word. That's them.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not offended by the N-word, but they don't use it. But it's like I told them, I don't use that word. You know what? So and I told them why. But they did not understand it because they said, well, then, Mr. Hutchinson, you're putting a value to that word. I said, no, I've seen throughout my life what that word does to people. So therefore, I've lived that experience. I've witnessed it, the hurt I've seen in people's eyes when somebody used that in a derogatory manner. So therefore, I have feelings about it. So I was really amazed that they were so thrilled to stand up and discuss and read from this book. And that didn't shy away from it. And it's like I told them, I'm not going to teach you guys nothing. I said, but what I have that you don't have is knowledge. And I will share that knowledge with you. And they were so receptive of it, Steve, that it just blew my mind. And these young people said, Mr. Hutchinson, will you come back and when our teacher's going to be our substitute teacher? We really enjoyed I think they really enjoyed the classroom discussion more, because the science, you know, we had to get on what they call Google assignments based off the computer. And so what I did there, instead of just sitting there and looking stupid, they had a test that they were going to have to prepare for. So we just sat there. They was looking at the computer, and we went over the test that they're going to be preparing for. They said they're going to have to take in 2 weeks. Well, now's a good time. Let's prepare for it. And so did I learn anything today? Yeah, I learned a lot. But I was able to take what they're supposed to be learning and let them be more active, and to be able to stand up and say, hey, this is how I feel. This is what I think the answer is. And then if they give me an answer for the sake of classroom discussion, give me the reason why you're saying that's the correct answer. Because if I've got 3 people over here saying you're wrong, and you're the only one saying you're right, well, I want to know why you're right. Not that I was trying to embarrass anybody. And
Right.
I told them, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. But there's got to be a reason, make us understand why your answer is the correct answer. And I'll tell you, Steve, I was just so, I left out of that school today. I was up there for 8 hours feeling like my life was complete. To be able to stand up and deal with these young people, and their minds are so sharp. You're not going to, these young people today, you're not going to fool them. And what I'm really excited about, I got to go back Tuesday. Same group of kids, 9th grade class. It'll be English and science. It's Tuesday's vote day.
Right.
And I can't wait to get into a political discussion with them. Not so much, are you a Democrat, are you a liberal, are you a conservative, what are you? The importance of making your voice heard. No matter how you think, you got to make your voice heard, the importance of voting. That I'm going to really
hammer home
in on next Tuesday. Yep. So they told me the schools today, you know, we'd like for you to come back. So I guess I did something right.
There you go.
But I was so blown away that we got to talk about that book, To Kill a Mockingbird, and the meaning and the words and what it meant to them, the students. That was just so profound to me that we was able to have that kind of discussion without somebody getting offended. That blew my mind. So that's how my day went. Now, are you ready for some football?
Yeah, but we're almost to news break yet, so let's get through that first. And substitute teacher, first time, and I didn't realize it was the same school that you actually had been dismissed from all those years ago. That's pretty cool. So real quick here, let me share news you can use. The Oregon Department of Transportation is planning to conduct a chain inspection check on I-84. It's going to be November the 7th. Eastbound I-84, mile marker 217 east of Pendleton. Oregon DOT said the purpose of this, obviously, is to educate semi-truck drivers about chain-up requirements and proper chain use. Starting at mile marker 213, speeds will be reduced to 55. Signage will direct trucks and towing vehicles to the right lane. Drivers will see cones separating right and left lanes on approach to the inspection site at mile marker 217. Once you enter the inspection site, DOT staff, motor carrier enforcement officers, and State Patrol will ask a few questions about equipment. They said that it shouldn't take longer than about 15 seconds. We experience several extended freeway closures during winter weather due to vehicles not chaining up when required. It happens every year. Let's see. The event is an educational event for truckers, but Oregon DOT plans to conduct regular chain inspections at mile marker 217 when the wintry weather hits. Drivers with the appropriate traction devices can install them, undergo inspection, and continue their journey. Drivers who do not have the correct equipment will be sent back to the exit 216 interchange to address the issues and return west on I-84. So there's the word. Yes, indeed, college football. So we're going to get our pick six. Obviously, I think the big game of the week's going to be number 4, Ohio State versus number 3, Penn State. We'll see what the prognosticator of prognosticators had to say coming up here right after news break. All right, we close out hour number 1. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are both campaigning in as many swing states as they can. That will be crucial in determining the outcome of the presidential election. The vice president told a crowd of supporters in Arizona that this is one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. Donald Trump, meanwhile, has made the promise of mass deportation of people who do not have legal permission to be in the U.S. a central part of his campaign. And in a state like Nevada, immigration is a top issue. Caroline Malone reports.
It's the final stretch to the finish line for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's campaigns, but each has been plagued by controversial comments. Trump on Wednesday dressed as a garbage collector in Wisconsin, hitting back at comments made by President Joe Biden that his supporters were garbage. That in response to a comedian slamming Puerto Rico at a Trump rally in New York, offending a key demographic of US voters. Polls show both candidates are neck and neck in the final days of campaigning. With every vote counting, Trump is off to Milwaukee and Virginia this weekend, Harris in Pennsylvania for a final rally on Monday.
More than 150 people have died in Spain's worst flooding in generations. Search and rescue teams continue to look for missing people as rains continue to threaten parts of the country. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says right now the most important thing is to save as many lives as possible. Giles Gibson reports.
Hundreds of soldiers have been sent to eastern Spain to assist search and rescue teams who are picking their way through wrecked cars, buildings and flooded fields. The Spanish authorities have not said publicly how many people are still missing in the wider Valencia region, but they do expect the death toll to rise. Tractors, water pumps and other special equipment have also been brought in to clear mud and debris from the streets. The floods were triggered earlier this week when a year's worth of rain fell in some parts of the region in just 24 hours.
A new United Nations report indicates catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity, bordering on starvation in 5 countries around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
The Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Program says that the acute food insecurity is set to increase in both magnitude and severity in the coming months across 22 countries. The 2 UN agencies warned that the spread of conflict, particularly in the Middle East, coupled with climate and economic factors, are pushing millions of people to the brink. While the Palestinian territories, Sudan and South Sudan, as well as Mali and Haiti, have been identified as the top 5 places most likely to see deadly hunger levels, the organization has added new hotspots of acute hunger since it last reported on this matter in June. These include Lesotho, Namibia, and Niger.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the claims by former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly that Donald Trump is a fascist who, during his first term in office, expressed admiration for Hitler not once but on multiple occasions. The claims by General Kelly, just days before the end of America's election campaign, were embraced last week by Kamala Harris. She seized on them to describe her rival as a fascist, unfit to occupy the office of the presidency. But are the claims true? Kelly's successor as Trump's White House Chief of Staff is Mick Mulvaney.
I never even heard him mention Hitler at all, let alone in a positive sense. I thought it was noteworthy that John Bolton, who's the National Security Advisor and I was the Chief of Staff, whose antipathy towards Donald Trump is not hidden, said that, he believes John Kelly when John Kelly says it, but he didn't hear those words either. Other former high-ranking Trump officials who put out a statement this week backing what John Kelly said, but at the same time said they didn't hear it either. So I was very disappointed in my predecessor that he's made a decision. That's fine. But no, I never heard it. If I thought the man was a fascist, I would have quit. And I'm sort of surprised that John sat on this for 5.5 years without saying anything about it and didn't quit at the time.
To be clear, General Kelly has voiced intense criticisms of Trump previously, claiming he dismissed military veterans as suckers and losers. But it is unclear why he waited so long to make his latest, very dramatic revelations. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. The race for the White House is on a knife edge. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris make their final push with just days to go before the U.S. presidential election. Spain in mourning as the death toll from devastating flash flooding passes 150. The search and rescue teams continue to look for the missing. A new United Nations report reveals almost 24 countries are at high risk of acute hunger. And that is the latest feature story news. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, here we go. Round number 2. We've got us a Friday. First day of November. Wow. So here we go. Let me see. Big Ed. College football prognosticator of prognosticators.
Oh, yeah. Before I get back on that, I got to tell you, when we was with Kirkhow, was on the island,
mm-hmm.
Did you see the school kids Did you see the kids that were lined up going to school and the uniforms that they had on?
I didn't notice.
Based on what grade?
No.
Yes, well, I did. Yeah, we did. The tour guide was telling us, you know, like some of the kids had yellow shirts on. The girls and boys. You know, the boys had yellow shirts, the girls had yellow blouses. And the skirts were blue, or the boys' pants were blue, where the older kids had tan shirts and black pants, and based on their grades. And I was asking the kids today, I was telling them that, I said, so how do you guys feel about school uniforms? Should you be forced to wear uniforms based on your grade? And so one person don't, in other words, one person that don't come to school dressed like Taylor Swift, and the other one comes to school dressed like riffraff off the street.
Right.
How do y'all feel about that? We don't want school uniforms. That's why. They said because it'll take away our individualism. They do not want to lose. The young people don't want to lose their individualism, who they are as a person, what life means to them. And I applaud that. I mean, when I was going to school, last thing I wanted to do was be forced to wear a uniform. Now, what I was really surprised, some of the girls had jeans on that had holes in the knees of them. You know, and I told them, we were sitting there talking, I said, guys, I see people sitting there with holy jeans. I said, I would have been ashamed to wear something like that to school. I wasn't going to wear no pants with holes in them. But it's like they said today, that's the fashion today.
They pay good money. They'll pay $100 for a pair of jeans that have the holes already in them. It's nuts.
Yes, it's crazy. And their knees sticking out. And I was ashamed to go to school and have a hole in my britches. I wasn't none of that holes in my jeans. And, you know, I was even ashamed to go to school. My mom would patch my jeans. I didn't want to wear no jeans with patch in them. That meant I was poor. You know, that was my perceiving, you know, what poor is. Now, like they said, hey, we got decent haircuts. We dress nice. You know, we try to come to work to school clean, but we don't want our personal identity taken away from us. So I was really, really, really impressed with these young people, Steve. We can learn a lot from the young people. Now, we did kind of get into the discussion a little bit about the capitalist economy, you know, because they, like all the young people, they all like to make money. But I said, what good is it going to do you to make money if you don't know how to make that money work for you?
Mm-hmm.
I said, so you're going to go out there and make all that money, and you're going to have to give me half of it because I can't make no money. Well, they didn't like that. I said, well, it's my money. I work for it. Well, think about that when you vote. Understand the policies that your politicians are throwing at you, and you decide. And so I can't wait till Tuesday to be in the classroom and really get into the discussion of versus what socialist versus capitalism versus communism. I'm looking forward to that discussion. I really do. Am I going to change anybody's mind? No. Am I going to run somebody down because they feel different than I do? No. And it's like I say, I'm going to go vote tomorrow. I don't hate Kamala Harris. I don't hate President Joe Biden. I just don't like their policy. And I think Lester and Jay Martin discussed that on SHIP. The people, we have no issue with the people. It's their policy, what they're trying to do to us, what they're trying to force feed down us in our throats. That's a whole lot of difference. Okay, Steve. I mean, I can sit here and talk to you all night about this. Football.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Let's lay it on us.
So, all right. and I've studied, really. I've studied hard this week. Let's go with the granddaddy of them all this weekend. And there's several good games. Ohio State versus Penn State. And I believe they're playing that one at Penn State, or Happy Valley. That's what they refer to that as. I'm nervous about it, but I'm going to go with Ohio State. Man, you know, if they get past Penn State, they still got a big old test up against Indiana. So they're not in the wood. They're not free and clear. Now, it's pretty well assumed, because I guess Oregon does not play Indiana. If they play Indiana, it'll be in the Big Ten Championship. So Oregon, they've got to play, I believe it's Michigan this week, but I'm not even going to touch that game. I'm not even going to bring that one up, because to me, for Oregon, that's just a gimme game. And I want games, like I've told you before, that's got a little meat to the bone. One of them's going to be Clemson versus Louisville. So I'm taking Ohio State. And I got Clemson versus Louisville. And what really surprised me is old Monkey Gouger's team is, you know, they're knocking on the door. They're not dead in the water yet. So I'm taking Clemson over Louisville, and that ought to be a close, tight game.
Okay.
Then we got my good old boys, old Heat Waves buddies, Texas A&M versus South Carolina. And we're going to see if and it's going to be a tough one. We're going to see if A&M is the real deal or if they were just a fluke last week when the coach pulled out that other quarterback and brought that new quarterback in. It fired up that Texas A&M Aggie squad, and that's why they was able to pull off the win that they pulled last week. I say Texas A&M's good.
Okay.
Then the national championship may go through Texas College Station instead of Georgia or Alabama. So I've got Texas A&M over South Carolina. Kentucky versus Tennessee. And I don't think Kentucky's going to walk into Knoxville and knock off Tennessee. It's not going to happen. Yeah, Kentucky, but they made some noise the last 3 weeks. But their roadblock is happening this weekend, and that's the great state of the Tennessee Vols are going to put Kentucky where they belong, and that's on the sideline.
Okay.
Then we got Pitt versus SMU. That's an 18-ranked Pitt versus a 20 SMU. A lot of people are picking Pitt, but I was sniffing upset with SMU beating Pitt. Pittsburgh. Southern Methodist, you know, down there in Dallas.
Okay.
Then we got Arkansas and Ole Miss. And Ole Miss, I don't know. I cannot make myself like that team. I can't make myself like the coach. I don't like his attitude. I don't like the way he coaches. But I do love Arkansas. And I don't think Ole Miss got what it takes. Tennessee couldn't do it. They couldn't walk into Fayetteville and beat the Hogs in the Razorback Stadium, and I don't think Ole Miss is going to be able to walk into Fayetteville at the Razorback Stadium and beat Arkansas, so therefore I'm taking Arkansas over Ole Miss. And hopefully when I call you Sunday night, Monday morning, I'll be able to say, hey, once again, 6-0.
There you go.
The prognosticator knows what he's talking about. I think I've got the proven record. So, Steve, other than that, that's all I've got to pony up for you, and I will look forward to talking to you Sunday night, Monday morning.
We'll anxiously anticipate. Of course, that'll be Election Day Eve, right? Well, speaking of the Carolina Monkey Gouger, how about he's pulling for he's picking your Clemson this weekend, Gouger?
That's going to be a good game. Hey, only thing I want to change is I think that Penn State is going to beat Ohio. The rest of them I'm good with.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. But I'm gonna go the other way. I'm gonna say Penn State's gonna beat Ohio, and then in that South Carolina game, I hope Texas A&M steamrolls them Gamecocks. I can't stand them Gamecocks, but They almost beat Alabama. You know, I mean, they had some referee issues there, and I was about to go haywire. I said, they gonna get this game to them damn Gamecocks. You watch this. But I tell you what, Steve, laying all jokes aside, I don't like the Gamecocks, never have liked their program. It's all about who your mom and daddy is. That's who plays on that football team. It goes way back. It's been like that ever since the Paul Diesel days. I mean, I just had no use for the South Carolina Gamecocks. But I tell you what, I'm a little worried when we have to face them at the end of the month when Carolina and Clemson go at it. That's going to be a good slobber knocker game. But yeah, I agree with Big Eddie on everything. But the Penn State game, I believe Penn State's going to pull it out over there in the Pennsylvania town.
So how's it been out there on the road for a whole week after being off the road for a month?
Well, let's say I'm getting back in the groove. They tried to kill me, you know, coming back out there, and they just poured it on me, but I ain't griping. I'm glad to be working. But Steve, I'm gonna tell you something. Before I go anywhere, is there anything to this deal I seen today about that Pensacola plant shutting down in Chicago?
Yes, there are actually 4. Yeah, they're shutting Cincinnati down, Chicago. There's a total of 4 plants that they're shutting down. So that supposedly streamlining operations is the word.
Well, now how many people is going to be put out of work with that?
I think it's somewhere right around 400.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something. You know, it just every day it's just something else. And how anybody in their right mind could vote for this Jezebel they got up there running for the Democratic Party? I mean, Steve, the thing I don't understand is this is what gets me. 11 o'clock, Donald Trump is ahead in all the swing states.
Right.
Oh, he's just knocking them dead. 2 to 3 points. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, oh, well, it's a dead heat. You know, I mean, what the hell's going on? But I caught something the other night. I've been watching, trying to, get up on watching Donald talk, and there was a hell scare today at the rally in Albuquerque, and I didn't get to hear the whole thing because they had to break away because somebody I don't know, they never said if he had a heart attack or didn't take his insulin or whatever, but it stopped the rally, and Fox just went away from it. It went on for about like 15 minutes over there, and I didn't get to hear all of that. But I heard something the other night when he was in that barbershop at Bronx, New York. Have you seen that one yet?
I have not. No, sir.
Well, this is what kind of got me thinking Trump's going to wax the board with her. He was telling the people in this barbershop, and if you get a chance, you need to look at it, because, I mean, it was in Bronx, and he walked right in that barbershop, and they sat down there and went to talking, and they had good questions for him, things that concerned him. And the guy's son that was a second-generation barber took over his daddy's business, and, his daddy's still in there cutting hair and everything, and he was talking about his power bill and, how much lease he had and how much things went up and everything. It's about to put him out of business. And but Trump was talking about that Japan was fixing to build this car factory down in Mexico, and it was going to decimate the American car industry. And he told him, I tell you what, he said, you can go ahead and build it. And he said, I guarantee you that when I get to be the president, there will be 500% tariffs. You're not going to build that car plant down in Mexico. And so far, China's decided not to do it. So I'm kind of thinking they know, look, they're seeing something we're not seeing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
and the deal with the trash truck yesterday, I thought that was epic. That was epic Trump, you know. And then I reckon you already heard the news on what Mark Cuban done this morning, didn't you?
Yeah, made some remark that pissed off a lot of intelligent women.
It pissed off a lot of intelligent women, So, you know, there's Biden calling us garbage, and Mark Cuban. You know, Mark Cuban, I never have liked that guy. He's arrogant. You know, he thinks he's untouchable. He's one of them elitists, and it just drives me crazy. And why this close to the end of the election would he get up and say something stupid like that? I just don't understand it. I mean, and every day I'll be so glad when this thing is over with. Win, lose, or draw. However it comes out, but I'm sick of it. I'm sick. You can't see. I didn't even know these Pensacola plants were closing down. So I was going through your fan page tonight, and they had it on there.
Mm-hmm.
There's not been a word about this on the general news. And I'll be glad when this gets over with, and hopefully we win. Got my fingers crossed we're gonna win. Like Diamond said last night, vote red, remove every Democrat. Everybody remember that. Remove every Democrat, vote red. But Steve, I'm gonna be home next week, and Debbie called me today and said, "Have you heard what they're saying about early voting?" I said, "No, I have. I have been trying to stay steady today. I've had to get with it." She says, "Well, they're telling everybody to go vote early. So if there's any niches, you know, they're gonna try and pull. They've already tried to pull some crap already. They've had 3 or 4 incidents."
Yep.
And so she went down and voted today, and I reckon I'm gonna have to wait to Tuesday and vote, but I'll go down and vote and get that over with. But I'll just be so glad when all this is over with. I think everybody's fed up with it. It's tit for tat, you know, and they keep saying, "Well, we want unity, and they get up there and then they start running them out, calling us garbage, you know, picking on the women. It just pisses me off. I'm tired of it. I don't know about you.
All I know is Tuesday is supposed to be kind of like the end, but I have a sneaky suspicion, especially based on Arizona saying it might take 10, 13 days to, it ain't going to end. It's going to keep going and going and going, right?
Right. Well, they say in Michigan what? 3 days now before they get the vote in? I'll be glad when they go back to 1 day voting on a paper card, cut out all this stuff and nobody can interfere. You know, China can't influence with the computers and all this stuff, and they go back to 1 day voting on a card, and at 12 o'clock we know who the hell the president is, and let's just get rid of it. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, it's a mess. But other than that, everything else is going. It got a little rain down in Dallas this morning, Fort Worth, and kind of settled the dust, but wind was blowing again today real high. What's the weather forecast for the rest of the week?
Well, for where?
From Texas to South Carolina, because when they get my cannonball loaded, I'm going to Marina Del. I might take off another 2 weeks.
It sounds like, in Texas, it's going to be more of the next couple of days, western Texas, and then by Sunday, eastern Texas. Yeah, the storm, if you're going to get out of there, tomorrow or something, you should be out and ahead of all the rain. But several days, again, the central states from Texas north are going to be kind of like it was this week.
Well, I hope some of that comes down to South Carolina, because the duck ponds are getting down, and we've not had no measurable rain since Helen or whatever you want to call that witch's name that comes through there. We need rain bad. they've had to stop planting wheat and stuff. They hadn't even started planting the wheat around where I live because it's so damn dry. They said they're just going to have to wait. And other than that, but well, we're going to back on out of here and let somebody else get in here. And I want to say, remember, if you go to vote Tuesday, remember, vote red. Remove every Democrat. That's the new slogan. Remove every Democrat. Vote red. So we'll talk to you later, Steve.
Safe travels back to the Marina Del Rey there, and I think you'll be okay weather-wise. Yes, the word from PepsiCo. And it pretty much blindsided the workers in Chicago and Cincinnati. Workers showed up and they said, "Hey, we're shutting things down." PepsiCo planning to close 4 bottling plants, laying off about 400 workers as they look to streamline operations. They said the closures will impact 136 in Cincinnati, 131 in Chicago, 127 in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and a little less than 50 in Atlanta. Now, they say the Chicago plant is the only one that is fully closing. The company said sales, delivery, and warehouse functions. That's what will continue with the other 3. Yeah, the Cincinnati facility, it's pretty much just going to be a warehouse operation. Earlier this month, PepsiCo lowered their sales forecast for the year as consumers in the U.S., China, and elsewhere pulled back on buying their drinks and snacks after years of price hikes. North American beverage sales fell 3% in both the second and third quarters of this year. It's, I guess, too expensive. Inflation, folks.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are both campaigning in as many swing states as they can. That will be crucial in determining the outcome of the presidential election. The vice president told a crowd of supporters in Arizona that this is one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. Donald Trump, meanwhile, has made the promise of mass deportation of people who do not have legal permission to be in the U.S. a central part of his campaign. And in a state like Nevada, immigration is a top issue. Caroline Malone reports.
It's the final stretch to the finish line for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's campaigns, but each has been plagued by controversial comments. Trump on Wednesday dressed as a garbage collector in Wisconsin, hitting back at comments made by President Joe Biden that his supporters were garbage. That in response to a comedian slamming Puerto Rico at a Trump rally in New York, offending a key demographic of US voters. Polls show both candidates are neck and neck in the final days of campaigning. With every vote counting, Trump is off to Milwaukee and Virginia this weekend, Harris in Pennsylvania for a final rally on Monday.
More than 150 people have died in Spain's worst flooding in generations. Search and rescue teams continue to look for missing people as rains continue to threaten parts of the country. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says right now the most important thing is to save as many lives as possible. Giles Gibson reports.
Hundreds of soldiers have been sent to eastern Spain to assist search and rescue teams who are picking their way through wrecked cars, buildings and flooded fields. The Spanish authorities have not said publicly how many people are still missing in the wider Valencia region, but they do expect the death toll to rise. Tractors, water pumps and other special equipment have also been brought in to clear mud and debris from the streets. The floods were triggered earlier this week when a year's worth of rain fell in some parts of the region in just 24 hours.
A new United Nations report indicates catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity, bordering on starvation in 5 countries around the world. Gaza, Sudan and Haiti top the list of places at the highest level of concern. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
The Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Programme says that the acute food insecurity is set to increase in both magnitude and severity in the coming months across 22 countries. The 2 UN agencies warn that the spread of conflict, particularly in the Middle East, coupled with climate and economic factors, are pushing millions of people to the brink. While the Palestinian territories, Sudan and South Sudan, as well as Mali and Haiti, have been identified as the top 5 places most likely to see deadly hunger levels, the organization has added new hotspots of acute hunger since it last reported on this matter in June. These include Lesotho, Namibia and Niger.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Hello to Norman, North Central Kansas. Buckeye Boy says, go Buckeyes. O.H. Gouger. Because he's picking Penn State, eh? A little different of opinions. Roy said, Kentucky hasn't had a good team since Bear Bryant left. All right, it is 844-3388. What do you say, Grump? Happy Friday.
Oh, well, happy Friday, man. How you doing?
Doing well.
You know, I'm glad to hear old Big Ed, doing that substituting. That's pretty cool. Kids today, they don't, having discussions in class and things. And that's, by the way, that's one of my favorite books, too, To Kill a Mockingbird. I liked it in school, and I like seeing it, still in schools in American literature and things like that. It's a pretty good book.
Mm-hmm.
But it's it's nice to have discussions, with kids today, and it's I think it's something that's been missing in their lives, and it's hell, even adults don't do it anymore. It's conversations is done over social media so much, and somebody gets their nose out of joint about something, the first thing they do is start deleting people and don't want to talk, and things like that. And it just it's good to see discussions in classrooms, and something other than 160 characters or less when they can have a conversation. Right. So I'm glad to see that. It's I've when my son was in college, I went a couple of times there for different venues of his. Once was on they were actually talking about in one of his economics classes was talking about the trucking industry, so I got invited in to speak about it, and it was a lot of fun. I mean, even they were freshmen in college, but they had a lot of questions about the trucking industry, and primarily the money you make, and the laws and crazy stuff that we have to deal with every day. But it was a nice talk. But I don't I don't think we're ever going to see punch cards again. They had too much too much of a problem on those punch ballots when
right.
Bush and Gore went through it. So I don't think you're ever going to see them again. And as far as just one day voting, I understand that it can create some problems. Especially when you start doing a lot of absentee ballots and things and not counted as provisional ballots or anything like that. It does create a lot of problems, to have extended voting. But like us, it's we start I think it's 2 weeks before or something like that, 3 weeks before maybe for in Missouri that you can go in and do in-person absentee ballot. And it's counted right then. You scan it, you do it all right then. You can get a receipt on it, show your ID, your voter registration card, and all this other stuff that they require you to take, and then you vote. And I just, we talked about it a little bit last night. Arizona, to think that it would take them 13 to 15 days to count ballots is absolutely asinine.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell are they looking at? Other than the only thing that should be holdout would be military overseas. That should come in later, and most of them were counted not just as absentee ballot but as provisional ballots. When the election was close, then they would bust out the provisional ballots and say, we're going to count these also. But most of the time, provisional ballots were never counted, and I don't know, man. I tell you, this has been one crazy election. And Mark Cuban, as far as that little snot's concerned, who in the hell cares about what he's got to say? He's a putrid little pissant that just needs to go spend his money and kiss Kamala's ass and be done with it. I don't know. I've listened to him on at Shark Tank or whatever the hell that is a couple of times, and he's had some good breaks in his life, but he's no authority on anything. He's more of a celebrity status than anything, and people talked about him running for president. One time I thought, maybe that might be a good idea, until he started spouting off what all he wanted to do, and I'm like, well, hell, you're nothing but a damn liberal. We already got that. What are you going to change? And these are questions that right now that people are not even asking, Kamala Harris here to be a 50-50 split right now on the polling that's going on right now, or who's ahead and who's behind. I don't doubt the polling right now, honestly. I mean, you're still hearing from people. Well, I'll make up my mind when I go in there. Are you that damn stupid that you can't decide on whether you want higher taxes or more security? People have just turned this election into some dartboard and just throw it up there and see who the hell wins. And it's getting more crazy as it's getting closer. But I can't for the life of me understand why anyone would look at Kamala Harris as a serious anything other than some skank that's got lucky breaks her entire life. She's never ran for anything. Never, her even the Senate. I mean, hell, that was just handed to her. And like I told you last night, man, it just turns your stomach to see that the voting system was turned up on its head. When Nancy Pelosi and a couple others showed up over there and said, hey, we're no longer going to support you. You need to bow out. Joe Biden should have told them both to kiss his wrinkly ass right then and there and said, I think I'll hang with it. If I lose, I lose. But no, he bowed out. And now we got this idiot in there. And I think where a lot of the vote is getting split, number one, is so many people are just looking at some of the things that they're discussing openly about, the Donald Trump and how he's a convicted felon now and all this. And you get these young people that I don't know, I sit and listen to some of Charlie Kirk's stuff, and you see some of these young people. I've never seen more dumber human beings in my life than the kids that are stepping up to vote today. They're the most misinformed people I've ever seen. They don't earn money right now. They're in college. The majority of these people are. They're in college. They don't earn money. They've been pampered all their damn lives. So they have absolutely no grasp on what taxes is going to do. You know, whenever they get their first check and they look down there and they say, damn, you know, the government took all that. No, your lady did, you know, if she gets to be president. That's her lot in life right there. They never want to, I never heard a Democrat not one damn time say we're going to balance the budget. They don't say that. You know, the only thing they'll come up with is we need more money. You know, we have to raise taxes. Why? I never understood why in the hell they got to raise taxes. You and I can't, you know, just step up to employers and say, look, we want more money, you know, because they're going to raise taxes. It don't work like that. You know, we have to cut back then, and I'm sick of doing without and seeing my money handed to people like Joe Biden, who just pisses it away on whatever. You know, where they don't even want to release the amount of money they're spending on illegal aliens. The Open Secrets is suing right now to get that dollar amount released because they know it stopped the 100 million mark or 100 billion mark, but they will not release it. They sit around and no, they don't know how much that they've actually spent on housing for them, how much they've actually spent on food for them, transportation costs or anything. They just don't have a clue. And the government right now, Joe Biden and his ilk, is blocking every damn step of the way on releasing that information. And the thing about it is they're going in front of liberal judges that could care less either. You know, they get a paycheck. They don't really give a damn how many people's here. It doesn't affect them. They got private security, or they got, you know, DSS people that is watching their backs. Who in the hell's watching ours? You know, it's ridiculous that you got this many people that's crossed the border right now, hat in hand, you know, and they talk about that Public Charge Act that Donald Trump reinstated when he became president, like it was just this horrible act that was so prejudicial against minorities. No, it had nothing to do with that. What that act said, and it's been in effect since 1873, was you don't cross our border with your damn hand out saying, I'm here, take care of me. You know, that don't work like that. And when Trump, that's why they were sending so many damn people back home, was because they violated the Public Charge Act. And that was one of the first things in one of Biden's 93 executive orders to do away with Trump's executive orders, was to get rid of the Public Charge Act. And it became the fact that, you know, well, let's just let the damn people take care of them. You know, we'll just sweep it under the rug and let the people take care of them. And where are we at today, Steve? You know, we're standing here looking at 11, 12 million, and you got judges right now that are saying that, you know, that they want to keep people that are illegally here on voter rolls because it's too late to remove them.
Right. Bull.
That's the stupidest damn thing I've ever heard in my life. And it just, man, I tell you, man, we need a do-over on our justice system. You know, we need to point out the fact that Lady Justice should be blind, that laws apply to everyone, you know, and it just, I don't know, man, it just seems like every time the Democrats get their hands on something, it's to screw the American people over. And why they care more about foreign entities and governments and people crossing our border than they do taking care of the people that's already here is just asinine. How in the hell can they come up with these decisions to say that you know, we're not going to help handicapped, we're not going to help elderly? You know, they talk about prescription drugs like they're really doing something for that. You know, Donald Trump was the one that initiated the zero over cost and the transparency on prescription drugs. Wanted to show them exactly how much it costs to make that and why they're charging so damn much. But here you got Kamala Harris and them. They're patting themselves on the back saying that they got insulin costs dropped down. Well, Trump started that also. You know, it's I don't know, man. I tell you, like I say, I'll be glad when the election's over. I hope it runs the way it should and Trump wins this election, and maybe we can get some foreign governments out of our pockets. And I read tonight where he already talked to Netanyahu about bringing this conflict of theirs to a head pretty quick. I guess he's already put Ukrainian president on notice that we're not going to be his cash, their
Right.
cash cow.
The checks
any
are going to
longer.
stop. Yep.
Yep, and it's and that's a damn good thing. When you got oligarchs, Ukrainian oligarchs that didn't have a dollar to their name right now, that's buying villas, in the south of France off of our dollars, our money. That's one damn thing that people just don't understand, and why it's not stressed more on the news, I have absolutely no idea. But about 72% of the money that we send over to them people goes to support their government. It doesn't go to and pay salaries and pay the retirements of some of the Ukrainian officials, and the rest of it goes toward military aid, and it's it's like, damn, you care more about some idiot in Ukraine, which I don't give a rat's ass, and I'm gonna make it clear that if Vladimir Putin walked all over that country, I don't care. I don't live there. Ukraine has had every opportunity since the wall fell and the Soviet Union busted up to go into NATO, and they nope. It's one of the most corrupt countries in the world, and they don't. The last thing they want is a Donald Trump for president saying, "Hey, I want accountability of every damn dollar we've given to you."
Yep.
They couldn't do it, and that's the last thing that they want. They know Joe Biden's just going to keep standing there, because look how Hunter benefited off of it, and Joe Biden himself benefited off of it. So it's it's the way it is, man. It's it's the world we live in today, and I just hope we like I said, that Trump wins this election. If he doesn't, I hope like hell that we can take the Senate and the House, and they give them a dose of their own medicine. I don't.
Then we
care.
got 4 years of gridlock, right? 4 years of nothing. No, I guess 4 years of nothing is better than 4 years of the continued current policies, being the Green New Deal being shoved down our throats. Yeah, Grump, good to hear from you. You mentioned the southern border. And we're hearing right now, Kamala's on the campaign trail saying, if she's elected, we're going to secure our border. Now, this administration, they've been there how many years? She was, whether she wants to admit that she was assigned the duties of being the border czar, she said she was not the border czar. Whatever, she was delegated the responsibility to address the southern border. Right now, the influx, authorities in Texas say they're streaming in mass right now because they're afraid Trump's going to win. So they're not afraid of a Kamala presidency, because I think they're pretty well aware that, hey, it's going to be the status quo. A surge in migrant crossings in anticipation of Donald Trump winning the election, enacting tougher immigration policies. According to the New York Post this past day, they see their free lunch is coming to an end. According to one Customs and Border Patrol source, more than 300 migrants are turning themselves into border agents every day in Maverick County. That's in southwestern Texas. According to multiple Border Patrol sources, coming from all over the world, including Iran, Angola, Guinea, Pakistan. Everyone wants to get in case Trump gets elected, says the Border Patrol. Drug cartels are also concerned that their profit streams will dry up if Trump is elected, as he has vowed to crack down on border crossings and deport those living in the country illegally. Others crossing the border now say they fear if Kamala Harris wins, there's going to be a larger surge that will actually create a backlog. They're afraid they're going to miss their opportunity. They don't want to wait in line behind the millions that will follow if Kamala wins.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, see what's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor, or happy casual Friday, or hey, Becky, what day is it? Becky, how did this happen?
Yeah, she's got a few days of work yet to go before her weekend arrives.
There you go.
Hump day.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it, I guess, so. Anyway, so you ended up with an extra bag of candy this week here, huh? You're in good snacking position then?
I reckon.
All right, because wasn't it last year you had to run out quick and try to go to some store and get another bag of candy?
We had we ran out, yeah. That was the busiest trick-or-treat since we've lived here for, what's it been, 20-some years.
Okay. Well, I guess it's a good thing you didn't have to run out this year and get an extra bag with the way inflation's been.
Right.
So it was bad enough last year what you had to try to go through. But anyways there, so did you happen to catch that this climate change and global warming and all this is, did you know it snowed in Hawaii, Your Honor?
Well, yeah, I saw that. No, I think that's not uncommon, though, is it? I mean,
no,
the mountain peak there's like 13,000 feet or something.
Yeah, up there where the observatory is up there is like 13,000 feet.
Okay.
There, so even at the equator at 13,000 feet, it could snow there. So, but still, you just talk about getting a couple inches of snow in Hawaii. It's like, say what? And by the looks of the video I saw, they actually have a snowplow.
Yes.
They're actually so prepared for that they have a snowplow there to help clear the highways. So that's pretty funny. But yeah, so Are you going to start wearing one of those orange highway vests? Because
I'm garbage.
Well, no, because it'll make you look thin, Your Honor.
Oh,
did you catch that part there where they, because Donald Trump there, he's always been a sharp dresser, and I mean he's got his clothing lines that he wears, and you never. Kind of like Ronald Reagan, whenever you see him in public or in the office or something there, always has a suit and tie and professionally dressed and, the way he's supposed to be. And so anyways, when he got out of the garbage truck and he was getting ready to go in and do his rally, he was telling his people that you got to give me my coat back because I got to look good. And they're like, no, you got to wear the vest. And he's like, no, I'm not wearing the vest in the rally. I'm wearing.
Well, he could have wore a garbage bag. Really topped it off, right? All right, we got to get a news break here. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are both campaigning in as many swing states as they can. That will be crucial in determining the outcome of the presidential election. The vice president told a crowd of supporters in Arizona that this is one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. Donald Trump, meanwhile, has made the promise of mass deportation of people who do not have legal permission to be in the U.S. a central part of his campaign. And in a state like Nevada, immigration is a top issue. Caroline Malone reports.
It's the final stretch to the finish line for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's campaigns, but each has been plagued by controversial comments. Trump on Wednesday dressed as a garbage collector in Wisconsin, hitting back at comments made by President Joe Biden that his supporters were garbage. That in response to a comedian slamming Puerto Rico at a Trump rally in New York, offending a key demographic of US voters. Polls show both candidates are neck and neck in the final days of campaigning. With every vote counting, Trump is off to Milwaukee and Virginia this weekend, Harris in Pennsylvania for a final rally on Monday.
More than 150 people have died in Spain's worst flooding in generations. Search and rescue teams continue to look for missing people as rains continue to threaten parts of the country. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says right now the most important thing is to save as many lives as possible. Giles Gibson reports.
Hundreds of soldiers have been sent to eastern Spain to assist search and rescue teams who are picking their way through wrecked cars, buildings and flooded fields. The Spanish authorities have not said publicly how many people are still missing in the wider Valencia region, but they do expect the death toll to rise. Tractors, water pumps and other special equipment have also been brought in to clear mud and debris from the streets. The floods were triggered earlier this week when a year's worth of rain fell in some parts of the region in just 24 hours.
A new United Nations report indicates catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity, bordering on starvation in 5 countries around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
The Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Programme says that the acute food insecurity is set to increase in both magnitude and severity in the coming months across 22 countries. The 2 UN agencies warn that the spread of conflict, particularly in the Middle East, coupled with climate and economic factors, are pushing millions of people to the brink. While the Palestinian territories, Sudan and South Sudan, as well as Mali and Haiti, have been identified as the top 5 places most likely to see deadly hunger levels, the organization has added new hotspots of acute hunger since it last reported on this matter in June. These include Lesotho, Namibia and Niger.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the claims by former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly that Donald Trump is a fascist who during his first term in office expressed admiration for Hitler not once but on multiple occasions. The claims by General Kelly, just days before the end of America's election campaign, were embraced last week by Kamala Harris. She seized on them to describe her rival as a fascist, unfit to occupy the office of the presidency. But are the claims true? Kelly's successor as Trump's White House Chief of Staff is Mick Mulvaney.
I never even heard him mention Hitler at all, let alone in a positive sense. I thought it was noteworthy that John Bolton, who's the National Security Advisor, as the Chief of Staff, whose antipathy towards Donald Trump is not hidden, said that, he believes John Kelly when John Kelly says it, but he didn't hear those words either. Other former high-ranking Trump officials who put out a statement this week backing what John Kelly said, but at the same time said they didn't hear it either. So I was very disappointed in my predecessor that he's made a decision. That's fine. But no, I never heard it. If I thought the man was a fascist, I would have quit. And I'm sort of surprised that John sat on this for 5.5 years without saying anything about it and didn't quit at the time.
To be clear, General Kelly has voiced intense criticisms of Trump previously, claiming he dismissed military veterans as suckers and losers. But it is unclear why he waited so long to make his latest, very dramatic revelations. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. The race for the White House is on a knife edge. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris make their final push with just days to go before the U.S. presidential election. Spain in mourning as the death toll from devastating flash flooding passes 150. The search and rescue teams continue to look for the missing. A new United Nations report reveals almost 24 countries are at high risk of acute hunger. And that is the latest feature story news. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, ever so slowly making progress in western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee. The Tennessee Department of Transportation reopened I-26 on Wednesday after several weeks of closure thanks to Hurricane Helene. Tennessee DOT announcing I-26 in Unicoi County is reopened to all traffic except for oversized loads after more than a month of closure from the hurricane damage. This is a huge development, especially considering the closure of I-40 for commercial traffic. We're proud of the crews working to make this possible, even as we know the work is not over until every road is repaired. Statement from the Tennessee DOT, though, from mile marker 39 to mile marker 40, traffic will shift entirely to the westbound lanes. In other words, one lane traveling each way. The westbound bridge has been given a temporary fix, allowing vehicles to safely cross the Nolichucky River. Work continues on a permanent repair on the eastbound side. Once the eastbound bridge repair is complete, traffic will be shifted to the eastbound lanes, so the permanent repair can be done on the westbound bridge. But because the bridge is being shared by both directions of traffic, oversized loads cannot make it through, was the explanation. But that's a step in the right direction. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks, Your Honor. So anyways, President Trump's staff there convinced him that the vest makes him look thinner. Then he thought for a minute and said, wow, you have a good point, so I'll wear the vest. So that's why he said he wore the vest there for the rally.
For the rally, that's funny.
Anyways, yep. So I didn't know if you were going to start sporting one of those vests there, you know, and in the hot shot secret bunker, you know, make you look a little thinner on the video screen there. But anyways, then. Speaking of dress and dress code and that there, the grandson's school, he goes to a private school, and they have a dress code that they have implemented. So all the kids, you know, pretty much wear the same thing. And I don't know, I've always kind of been for the uniform type thing. I mean, truck drivers, you know, especially union drivers there, they always had uniforms, had their, you know, their coats, their hats. You know, a lot of them wore shirts and ties and looked very professional at their job. It adds a sort of camaraderie. I mean, you know, your school spirit by, you know, dressing in a uniform, and nobody feels either left out or, you know, is better or worse, or, you know, because
right,
everybody wears the same thing. So, but anyway, so that's, you know, I don't know. It's as much as it's nice to be individualized. It's also when you're part of a group to be part of the group. So anyway, I don't know. That's kind of the thought on that. But I did get to catch that bit from the New York City rally there at the Madison Square Garden of Dr. Phil. And I don't know, I've never, you know, not that I have any need to watch Dr. Phil. It's never kind of been my type of thing to watch. But he made a pretty good point that what's going on right now with the political side here and what, you know, one side's doing to the other, and it's not that they're, you know, for the politicians doing it to each other is not a big thing, but the politicians to the people is pretty much a bullying type situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whether it's politically motivated or financially motivated, it's a bully. They're trying to, you know, bully their way into whatever. And so, I don't know, you get a chance to watch it. I actually spent a few minutes and watched Dr. Phil there, the replay of that from the Madison Square Garden, and I thought that was pretty interesting. So here's a question for you, though. If it's Madison Square Garden, why is it round? Just a question on Casual Friday, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Anyways, with that, we'll let you go with that, and we'll try to catch you there at the Lonely.
All right, yeah. Casual Friday, all right? Enjoy your morning. All right, so it is November 1, right? A new month. Here it comes. What will the heavens have in store for us? Yeah, November's long nights will be teeming with astronomical activity, including multiple meteor showers and several events around the moon. So mark your calendars as the new month gets underway. A trio of meteor showers will sparkle in the November sky. Numerous opportunities to spot shooting stars. The first two meteor showers, the southern Taurids and northern Taurids, will peak here in the first 2 weeks of the month. Now, unlike most meteor showers with brief peaks of 1 or 2 nights, these two are rather extended, making any night in the first half of the month with clear skies ideal for viewing. Now, together, they produce about 5 meteors per hour. The possibility of exceptionally bright meteors, though, or fireballs. According to the American Meteor Society, the best meteor shower of the month, though, takes place on the night of Sunday, November 17, into the morning of Monday, the 18th. The Leonids are renowned for occasionally producing meteor storms, with hundreds or even thousands of meteors per hour. However, this year, they anticipate a more modest display. Yeah, a whopping 15 to 20 per hour. Okay, so no big show there even. You got the final supermoon of the year rising on Friday the 15th, appearing slightly bigger and brighter than normal. November's full moon, also known as the beaver moon, as it's the time of year when the beavers get ready for winter and retreat into the lodges, according to the Old Farmer's Almanac. Then one night after the Leonid meteor shower peaks, an easy-to-see alignment will appear in the night sky. About 10 p.m. Monday, November 18, the nearly full moon will glow almost directly between Jupiter and Mars above the eastern horizon. As a bonus, the famous constellation Orion will be visible to the right of the moon and the planets. There you go. It is 844-3388. What's on Eagle's mind this Friday morning? Hi there.
Yeah. Okay. Before I get to the politics deal tonight, Steve, because I'm not, I don't play games. I don't call your show to joke around and talk about unnecessary stuff like some of your people that call in. We're in very serious times right now, Steve. As you know, we just entered into November. Today is November the 1st. This we're less than 4 to 5 days away from one of the most important, is the most important election of the history of the United States of America. There's nothing funny about it and no games to be played. But see, here's something else, Steve, that's even more concerning than that. And a deal has been made as this loser, Joe Biden, comes on national television and insults his own people. Meanwhile, while he's doing that, guess what? Guess what Vladimir Putin does, Steve? While we have an empty suit in the White House, Vladimir Putin has negotiated a deal right up under Joe Biden's weak agenda. He has negotiated a deal to give nuclear weapons to North Korea in return for him giving him an unlimited amount of troops, North Korean troops, to fight in Ukraine, brother. Now, if you're paying attention to the news, you people that's listening to your show tonight, you better be concerned, because guess what? North Korea just tested missile, and now they have the capability, Steve, of reaching the United States of America due to the fact that they just negotiated a deal with Russia, brother. So that means that one of the most dangerous men in the world now has nuclear weapons that can reach the United States of America. Did you hear about that, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, Russia's been talking about giving North Korea nukes for like 6 months. I haven't heard that they've finalized it.
Well, no, it's happened. You didn't see. Well, maybe during the break you could check on it. North Korea test fired a missile.
Yeah, I do. I saw that. Yeah, and it was. I think it was airborne for like 80-something minutes. It was I guess they said the most powerful one they've ever launched.
Okay, so where the hell did they get that technology in such a rapid amount of time? We know where they got it from. They got it from Russia. In return, Russia is depleted in military. They've been fighting Ukraine. They've lost a lot of men. They've already, I don't know how many men North Korea is sending to Ukraine, but they are sending men to that country in return for nuclear technology. This is not good, Steve. That's the reason why Donald Trump, when he was in the White House, he went over to North Korea to sit down at the table with this man because Donald Trump knew how dangerous this guy was. But Joe Biden doesn't see it that way. He's too busy laid out on the beach in Delaware. He's too busy laid out on the beach on vacation, works 1 day a week. Meanwhile, the world continues to turn and all hell's breaking loose all over the world. You got Israel and Hamas going at it. You got Ukraine and Russia doing their deal. Just like Donald Trump said, Steve, if Kamala Harris gets into the White House, you have not a 1% chance of nuclear war, of World War III. You got a 100% chance of nuclear war, my man, because if that's possible, she's stupider than Joe Biden. If that's possible, I didn't think it was that possible for somebody to be dumber than him. But it looks like she's dumber than him. So all these people out there that think that they're playing games, that it's a joke, when you turn your television on one day and you see that North Korea has launched a missile and is headed directly towards the United States, we'll see how many jokes you crack then. I bet you won't be laughing there because this is a serious deal, Steve. Now let's talk about the election right quick. Let's talk about this to show you how low down and dirty these people are. It's already going on, Steve. I don't know if you talked about this last night after I tuned off the radio, but they got breaking news that ABC said that last time I checked, the election was Tuesday, November the 4th, but apparently ABC television doesn't see it that way. They said that Kamala Harris has already won the state of Pennsylvania, even though all the votes haven't been counted. Now, I wonder how they figured that out. Can you tell me how ABC knows that Pennsylvania has been won by Kamala, Steve? Do you have that answer?
The answer is they're saying it was a test. It was one affiliate there, and they apologized. They were testing their equipment to make sure everything was operational come Election Day.
Okay. So what about the other state? I think it was in Michigan. What about that one where the same guy's name was used up to 20 times to vote? The same guy's name was used to vote over 20 times. The same guy. And now they got another video, Steve. Now we're seeing the same thing that occurred back in 2016 in 2020. They got a guy on a video with a Donald Trump baseball hat on, and he went into a voting office, and they refused to let this man vote because he wouldn't take his Donald Trump hat off. He got into an altercation with 5 or 6 women that was working in this election office, and they literally had to call the police and escort him out of the place, all because he had a Trump hat on. So now you can't vote. So now you can't vote in America if you got a Donald Trump ball cap on. Now that's what you call election interference. These people are trying to stop Trump people from voting, Steve. I told you the other night, you said they arrested a woman in Pennsylvania because she was the police told people to get the hell out of line, that the voting office was closed. The woman told the people not to get out of line. She was arrested for interfering with police work, so they say. So this is what we got going on right now in America, Steve. with people trying to stop and deter Trump people from voting. This is not going to be a good situation. Like you said, that's the reason why they need an additional 7 to 14 days in certain states to count these votes. Reason what they're doing is they're trying to get as many votes as they can. If they don't have enough votes on day one or day two to win that state, guess what? They'll continue counting the damn votes until they get enough of them so Kamala can win that state of Arizona or Pennsylvania or Michigan, whatever state they decide to choose to steal this time. This is really sad, Steve, that we live in a country like this. I never thought that we would live in a country where they always say the people had a right to choose the individual that represents them. We got screwed one time already in 2020, Steve, and I hope we don't get screwed again. But you best believe these people, the screw is on right now. And all I can say is, people, you better get the hell out there and vote. You got the next couple of days. Don't wait till the last minute. Tell your mama, your daddy, your friends, your grandma, grandpa, guy in a wheelchair, roll him in and get him to vote. But you got to get people to vote. You get, like Trump said, you got to make it too big to rig. They can't erase 2 or 3 million votes, Steve. They can erase 10 or 15,000. They can't erase 4 or 5, 6 million votes. They can't pull that off. So the more people that vote, the harder it is for these people to rig this and steal this election. Because, like I said, Steve, if Kamala gets in, only bad things are going to occur. And I'm going to repeat myself one more time what I said at the beginning of this phone call. Kamala gets in, like Trump say, we will be in World War III. Like I said, North Korea has nuclear capabilities now due to Joe Biden's stupidity. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, we've talked all week long about various issues, glitches, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, shenanigans happening in several states. Got a couple of updates. Arizona is one battleground state. A judge in Arizona ordering the Secretary of State to release a list of registered voters who, due to a glitch, may not have provided proof of citizenship that is required by the state. According to the court filing this past day, a conservative organization suing Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes after his office declined a public records request. A computer glitch had caused thousands in Arizona to be registered to vote without providing proof of citizenship. The Secretary of State's office has said earlier those on the list may face threats or harassment if their names were released. Now, according to America First Legal, the number of individuals affected by this issue is about 218,000. Now, why is that important? Obviously, Arizona is one of the 7 battleground states in a tight race. It's already illegal for non-citizens to vote in U.S. federal elections. State and private reviews have turned up few instances of them doing so. Still, Trump and his allies argue that large numbers of non-citizens could vote. Now, a couple of key quotes. The court finds specifically that the information that the plaintiff requested in its public record request qualifies as a public record subject to mandatory prompt disclosure under the public records law because it has a substantial nexus to the defendant's official duties and activities in connection with the conduct and administration of elections in Arizona. That was the word from the Maricopa County Superior Court judge. Fontes' deputy communications director said his office is reviewing their legal options. They don't want to turn over the records. Well, why do you think that might be? Then this one may be even a bigger issue. The state of Colorado, the Trump campaign demanding the Colorado Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, to immediately halt the count of mail ballots so they can conduct testing on the state's election software in the wake of the discovery of the disclosure of passwords to the voting systems. If you've got the password, you can get into those systems and program them however you want. A Colorado law firm representing the Trump presidential campaign made the demand in a letter to Griswold on Wednesday. Now, Griswold, this chick she was one of those who supported the Colorado Supreme Court's decision to take Donald Trump off the ballot last December in the primary. She is now under fire after the discovery on the department's website of a spreadsheet with a hidden tab that included passwords to configure the system settings on the state's voting systems. Now, she knew of that on October the 24th. She didn't say anything about it until 5 days later when it hit the news. It became public. And during those 5 days, she hadn't done anything about it. She had not changed the codes. Apparently, those passwords had actually been posted for several months and were discovered on Tuesday by Colorado Republican Party Vice Chair Hope Schepelman. So now she says, the passwords are now being changed out of an abundance of caution. Ultimately, a civil servant made a serious mistake and we're actively working to address it, says Griswold. You know, humans make mistakes. The person who posted the spreadsheet no longer works in Griswold's office. They didn't say if they were fired. Now, the former Republican Colorado Secretary of State said, this is bad. Let me emphasize that we have other precautions in place, but the fact that a serious breach occurred, this is troubling. So they're asking, or they're demanding, she halt the processing of mail ballots and scan them again to make sure that they're actually being scanned.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are both campaigning in as many swing states as they can. That will be crucial in determining the outcome of the presidential election. The vice president told a crowd of supporters in Arizona that this is one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. Donald Trump, meanwhile, has made the promise of mass deportation of people who do not have legal permission to be in the U.S. a central part of his campaign. And in a state like Nevada, immigration is a top issue. Caroline Malone reports.
It's the final stretch to the finish line for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's campaigns, but each has been plagued by controversial comments. Trump on Wednesday dressed as a garbage collector in Wisconsin, hitting back at comments made by President Joe Biden that his supporters were garbage. That in response to a comedian slamming Puerto Rico at a Trump rally in New York, offending a key demographic of US voters. Polls show both candidates are neck and neck in the final days of campaigning. With every vote counting, Trump is off to Milwaukee and Virginia this weekend, Harris in Pennsylvania for a final rally on Monday.
More than 150 people have died in Spain's worst flooding in generations. Search and rescue teams continue to look for missing people as rains continue to threaten parts of the country. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says right now the most important thing is to save as many lives as possible. Giles Gibson reports.
Hundreds of soldiers have been sent to eastern Spain to assist search and rescue teams who are picking their way through wrecked cars, buildings and flooded fields. The Spanish authorities have not said publicly how many people are still missing in the wider Valencia region, but they do expect the death toll to rise. Tractors, water pumps and other special equipment have also been brought in to clear mud and debris from the streets. The floods were triggered earlier this week when a year's worth of rain fell in some parts of the region in just 24 hours.
A new United Nations report indicates catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity, bordering on starvation in 5 countries around the world. Gaza, Sudan and Haiti top the list of places at the highest level of concern. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
The Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Program says that the acute food insecurity is set to increase in both magnitude and severity in the coming months across 22 countries. The two UN agencies warn that the spread of conflict, particularly in the Middle East, coupled with climate and economic factors, are pushing millions of people to the brink. While the Palestinian territories, Sudan and South Sudan, as well as Mali and Haiti, have been identified as the top 5 places most likely to see deadly hunger levels, the organization has added new hotspots of acute hunger since it last reported on this matter in June.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, so picking up where we left off there. Yeah, think about it. You got a woman who openly hates Donald Trump, tried to keep him off the ballot. She's in charge of the integrity of the elections in the state of Colorado. Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado called on her to resign. There's a state senator calling for an investigation into the ever-widening election scandal and cover-up. And I quote, Jenna Griswold was made aware of the leaked passwords on October 24th. She didn't change those leaked passwords until yesterday when the story became public. This is the same woman who supported keeping Trump off the ballot in Colorado. She not only needs to resign, she needs to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Now, Colorado State Senator Kevin Van Winkle is calling for an emergency hearing into the matter, saying Griswold's public response was insufficient and actually raises more concerns than it even addressed. It just more and more that makes you kind of feel like it's happening. It's happening all over the country. Yes, election integrity, you got it. Meanwhile, our number is 844-844-3388. See what Brain Dead has going this Friday. Good morning.
Hey, Steve. What do you got planned to do this weekend, Steve?
Oh, let's see. I think I've been ordered. We're going to be going to Roosters Friday night. I got some band we're going to see Saturday night. So aside from that, maybe see if I could find a way to watch maybe some college football and turn back the clock. I get an extra hour's sleep.
So going and seeing a band, is that code for taking down the Halloween decoration and putting up the Christmas decorations?
My mom's ready to put up the Christmas tree.
I tell you what, Steve, it'll be here before we know it. What is it, like month away? No, month and a half away or something like that?
She said she wants to put it up now because she said if you wait till December to put it up, I don't get to enjoy it. She wants to get it up so she has time to enjoy it.
I saw something kind of neat, and before we get to the NASCAR stuff, I saw this on TikTok or Reels or somewhere. They have a family that has a fairly large home, and in the middle they have their main Christmas tree upright, and it's, I think, about maybe like an 8 or 10 footer. It could be more. I could be wrong. But they suspended 5 other Christmas trees around this one from the ceiling, and they showed how they did it. It was pretty neat, because, I mean, obviously they love Christmas, and me frankly, let's get it over with and go home. It's too commercialized. But anyway, Steve, let's get to some NASCAR talk. Remember Connor Jones in the truck race that happened on Homestead?
Right.
Remember what he did with Matt Mills? Well, he received a 1-race suspension for intentionally wrecking him. I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree. He needs his hard card pulled. He needs to be sitting out probably for the next 2 to 3 years, because obviously he's not mature enough to drive one of these. This is, I mean, I hate if he does this on the track. I hate to see what he would do behind the wheel of his personal car, because I imagine he would probably be on the 5 o'clock news with a mug shot somewhere, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
Oh yeah. You've heard of Irwindale Speedway, right? Out in California.
Doesn't ring a bell, no.
Irwindale is one of the really well-known NASCAR tracks out there. It's one of the ones that helped get Jimmy Johnson and Kevin Harvick. They have raced there at that track. Well, apparently at the end of the year, they're going to be shutting down. It's a really tragic thing, because it is a race in Southern California, and Southern California is a good hotbed for NASCAR. So what they're going to do is they're going to take all the events and move it up to Bakersfield, if I remember reading the story right.
Okay.
Now, Steve, somebody in NASCAR smoking that funny stuff, and they need to lay the hell off of it. Just get rid of it. Have you heard what they're fixing to put another race?
No, where at?
And I'm not kidding when I make this up, folks. I am not, this is not some sort of weird figment of my imagination. The Sports Business Journal is reporting that NASCAR is eyeing to hold a race in Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
I am not making that up.
Wow.
They want to go to Saudi Arabia. Now, here's the kicker. The track is not going to be ready until 2028, possibly 2030, at least holding races. Now, F1 is already committed to running on this new track. And you ever seen Mario Kart, the little racing game?
Oh, yeah.
Mario Kart.
Yeah,
you ever
absolutely.
seen that?
Sure.
Go on that lovely new website called Google and Google this track, and it's right outside of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And this thing looks like a track from Mario Kart, because it's literally is 21 turns, and the first turn is 20 stories up. I'm not kidding, folks. 20 stories up. Now, obviously, they failed to remember. Remember when they did the NASCAR races in Japan? I think it was, back 98, 99, in that area? They ran it for like 2 or 3 years.
and they found it was too costly to ship the stuff over there, to ship the cars and all the stuff over there and back. Have they not paid attention? The last time I checked, it was like 4 times higher shipping stuff to Saudi Arabia now versus Japan way back when. But back to real quick before I do my handicapping for the race this upcoming Sunday. What's his name? Front Row. Something. Can't remember if it was Front Row or Outer Row Sports. They did an interview with Kyle Busch, and Kyle Busch reiterated what was said about the sport not being healthy, because that's one of the reasons why he left Joe Gibbs Racing, because M&M's pulled out. M&M said bye, see ya. So he left too. He left Joe Gibbs Racing, and he said pretty much it's kind of sorry to see the stands being half empty and there's no growth. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again, I'll say it 100 times. NASCAR is antique. If you see a problem, you have somebody in here that's giving you advice to fix the problem, you need to fix the problem. Because this is what the whole charter is going around. Because they held their hearing on the 30th. I keep thinking today is the 31st, but on the 30th, and NASCAR filed their response pretty much like I said. They're going to race 32 charters, and they're more than welcome to come, but they won't have a charter. So that's going to be on the that's going to be really the big thing to watch. But now to the race, Steve. Now we all know Tyler Reddick won Homestead. Joey Logano won at Vegas. This is going to be the interesting race to watch, because you've got 6 drivers vying for 2 spots. Now, realistically, at Martinsville, this is a historically good track for the Gibbs teams and the Hendrick team, because the Hendrick finished 1, 2, and 3 at the spring race in Martinsville. Now, Christopher Bell, I believe, is going to be locked in. If he has a good day and finishes 10th or better, he's going to be locked in. William Byron also does well. Now, Byron is not doing so good as of late. He's going to have to have a really good race to win, because he did win the spring race. So I do like Kyle Larson is also good at this track too. Now, the key I like, the 2 drivers I would really put my money on is Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin. But Chase Elliott is minus 43 below the cut line. Ryan Blaney is 38 below the cut line. And then Denny Hamlin is 18 minus the cut line. Those drivers have got to win. There is no other way about it. They have got to win the race. So like I said, though, Kyle Larson's 7 points below the cut line. He could possibly win, and if he has a good day, he can more than likely sneak his way in, Steve. But it's time for me to go to bed, Steve. I've had a long day coming from Paris, Tennessee, dealing with the rain. So
fun day.
You have a good weekend, buddy.
Short track racing, a lot of bumping and grinding. You never know. But I'll pick Denny Hamlin for this weekend. Morning, Pappy. What's happening?
Rolling smokes, Steve. Rolling cigarettes, my man. Got to put a uniform together, too. Get the old one off, all buttons off. Of course, Feathers was talking. I was like, oh, man, I gotta change mine over. Well, Steve, we're getting close, my man. Getting close. I said this before, we'll say it again. This is Bongino's favored term here. And this is how easy it is for somebody to make a decision to vote. Is that are the Republicans the answer to all these problems?
No.
No, they are not. But the Democrats are the cause of all these problems. That's simple, Steve. Eagle's right, man. There's 8,000 troops on Russia's border right now with Ukraine. Wow. Steve, yeah, North Korea's always had nukes, but they did not have the capability.
The delivery
to reach
system.
the United States.
And now they.
Yeah, the delivery system. They didn't have any ICBMs, so to speak. Intercontinental ballistic missiles. So, whether that's what Russia's going to give them or not, boy, I'll tell you what. If Eagle is correct here, Steve, that's almost, if this happened, and this administration let this happen, we talk about being incompetent and buffoons, but oh my God, man. Are you kidding me? That's like just giving them to Iran too, Steve. It's not much difference. The only good thing is, Steve, remember in 2016 when Rocket Man was launching all them rockets and Trump was calling him Rocket Man and all this stuff, and the media was just flat out, oh my God, Trump is going to get us in World War III.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, the man's over there talking to the man, walks across the 38 parallel, sends Rodman over there to talk. And Steve, everybody kissed and made up. There was no more rockets being launched. Did Trump get credit for that? Hell no. The news media, the corrupt news media, is not going to give him any credit. But he literally squashed all that. So come this Tuesday, if we can get him back in there, hopefully his negotiating skills can put a squash to a lot of this stuff going around this earth right now. We'll see. Oh, man, Steve. Here's the deal, Steve. I am telling you, the only way, in my mind, that they're going to win this is if they steal it. And make no mistake about it, they are pulling every dirty trick out of the book to do so. Did you hear Ohio, I guess, was trying to get the federal government to get them into one of the government's website? I hope I say this correctly. I think the government has a list of names that are illegals or people that can't vote. I'm wanting to say they have it in a system, and they are refusing Ohio to get into this system so they can match it with the register. Did you hear that?
I hadn't seen any shenanigans in Ohio.
Yeah, shenanigans in Ohio now. So, that's the bottom line, Steve. We know they're going to do it. And like Eagle said, we just need to get out and vote and make it too big to rig. It's that simple. We are coming down to the moment here, man, And maybe, we know they're going to drag it on and drag it on and drag it on. But, Steve, if we make it too big to rig, in other words, there's 100,000, if Trump's up by 100,000 votes and there's only 25,000 votes left, they can count it all they want. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And, you know, if they know there's only 100,000 votes left, what scares me is, you know, they're going to start finding these bundles underneath the tables. Oh, we found another 50,000 votes here. And then we're going to get into the court system. Are these going to be allowed to be counted because they weren't counted on election day? And the lawsuits are going to start flying. And
well, then you had like when the courts in Nebraska say that if ballots show up without postmarks, within 3 days, I mean, no postmark at all, they have to be counted. That if that's not trying to set the table, you know how many ballots you need to find, and you just got to make sure those ballots arrive, even without postmarks, before the deadline.
Yes, sir. I mean, they are pulling out all the strings. I mean, see, you can't underestimate these people, man. You know, it's just that simple.
I mean, I guess it's not beyond the realm of possibility for maybe for a couple of ballots to show up without a postmark. I don't think it's common, but if you get hundreds or thousands of them that start showing up, you know something fishy's going on.
Right. Yeah. Right. So we're definitely in for some interesting times here coming up here in a few days. And
yep.
All we can do, Steve, is stress the fact that we could not sit this out. To think that I think Trump's got it in the bag. My vote's not gonna really matter. Get out and man, Steve. Steve, I was planning on early voting yesterday, and obviously with the events that occurred the night before, I didn't sleep too daggone well. And I was going to, maybe I'll go Thursday. And now you know where I live, and you know where Norwood's at. And Steve, I woke up about 2, and it's drizzly, the roads are wet, and I'm like, man, do I really want to drive to Norwood? You know the traffic was going to just be crazy. So I'm kicking myself in the butt, but I'm like, man, I don't want to get out in that traffic in this weather, man. I could wreck the car or something. You know, I just had bad vibes about getting out on the highways in that weather, you know. I mean, I can walk to the voting booth on Tuesday. It's cool right down the
me
street.
too. Me too.
And I can guarantee you, Steve, I think polls open in Ohio at 6:30. I'm probably going to be standing in line at 6:30 Tuesday morning. Get it in, get it out of there. Not showing up late. Don't want to hear no excuses. They ran out of ink. Or they ran out of paper.
Right.
Anything like that. Get in there, get out, get it stamped. All right, brother. Well, got the weekend coming. I got to work, so I'll be out there.
So if you got to work Saturday night, that means you get a 13-hour shift instead of a 12?
I got a 13-hour shift Thursday.
That sucks.
Or Saturday night. Yeah,
wow.
Time change.
Yeah, you get 2 o'clock rolls around. It's like, oh man, it's only 1 o'clock. Son of a.
Yeah. Well, I think the way it works, when 2 o'clock rolls around, when it gets to 3 o'clock, it's back to 2. So you stay at 2 o'clock for like 2 hours.
Okay.
But, well, I guess I'll get an hour overtime over it. But we'll see how it goes, man. Hopefully the weekend won't be too crazy. But all right, man. Hey, listen, if you can this weekend, stock up on food and water, man. Stock up on cigarettes. Stock up on whiskey. Stock up on stuff that you might need here in the near future. So I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Everybody be safe. Hammer down.
Yeah, hammer down. All right. Nothing like a I remember the days when you're doing the weekend thing, and a 5-hour show essentially became a 6-hour show. It's like the show that would never end, right? Quickly, as we roll toward news break, midnight hour on the West Coast coming on. Yes, North Korea confirming they test-fired an intercontinental ballistic missile that could strike the continental U.S. for the first time in almost a year. The U.S., South Korea, and Japan all characterized the weapon as an intercontinental ballistic missile, or ICBM, which can have a range of at least 3,500 miles and is designed mainly to deliver nuclear weapons. It is the first ICBM launch since December for North Korea, the reclusive nuclear-armed state that's been ratcheting up their rhetoric against the U.S. and allies, South Korea, as well as Japan. Kim Jong-un ordered the missile test, and he was at the launch site. According to the Defense Ministry statement, Kim characterized it as an appropriate military action in the face of what he said was intentional escalation of regional tensions by North Korea's rivals. I affirm the DPRK will never change its line of bolstering its nuclear forces.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Rescuers are searching for people still missing in southeastern Spain after floods that have killed at least 158 people. The Valencia region's been declared a danger zone, with experts warning there could be further rainfall. Hundreds of people are in temporary accommodation and roads and trains remain cut off. James Curl is a musician living in Valencia and says he's in disbelief.
Every town on the south and west of the city has been catastrophically affected. People have parked their cars in garages and some have never got out. Many people have lost their entire livelihoods. There's still tens of thousands of people without electricity, without running water, even without mobile signal. It's really very serious indeed.
China's financial hub Shanghai is bracing for potentially the worst rains in more than 40 years from Typhoon Kongray. The powerful storm caused 2 deaths and 515 injuries in Taiwan, while more than 11,900 people were evacuated. Laura Westbrook reports.
Shanghai is taking no chances, suspending its high-speed trains, with Congray expected to bring more than 7 inches of rain. More than 4,000 emergency workers have been deployed to prepare for rescue efforts across several southern provinces. Meanwhile, Taiwan's offices, schools and financial markets reopened on Friday after the storm swept through the island. Heavy rain is set to continue, and flight disruptions in Taiwan also continued on Friday, with international flights cancelled.
Donald Trump has ruled out a cabinet post for Elon Musk if he wins the election. He's been speaking at a rally in Arizona. Kamala Harris was joined at her campaign event in Las Vegas by Jennifer Lopez with just 4 days until the US election. A new UN report suggests catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity bordering on starvation in 5 countries. The World Food Programme, together with the Food and Agriculture Organization, says that Gaza, Sudan and Haiti top the list of countries where it predicts people will starve to death. Jody Jacobs reports from the UN in New York.
The Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Programme says that the acute food insecurity is set to increase in both magnitude and severity in the coming months across 22 countries. The 2 UN agencies warn that the spread of conflict, particularly in the Middle East, coupled with climate and economic factors, are pushing millions of people to the brink. While the Palestinian territories, Sudan and South Sudan, as well as Mali and Haiti, have been identified as the top 5 places most likely to see deadly hunger levels, the organization has added new hotspots of acute hunger since it last reported on this matter in June. These include Lesotho, Namibia and Niger.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the claims by former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly that Donald Trump is a fascist who, during his first term in office, expressed admiration for Hitler not once but on multiple occasions. The claims by General Kelly, just days before the end of America's election campaign, were embraced last week by Kamala Harris. She seized on them to describe her rival as a fascist, unfit to occupy the office of the presidency. But are the claims true? Kelly's successor as Trump's White House Chief of Staff is Mick Mulvaney.
I never even heard him mention Hitler at all, let alone in a positive sense. I thought it was noteworthy that John Bolton, who's the National Security Advisor and the Chief of Staff, whose antipathy towards Donald Trump is not hidden, said that, he believes John Kelly when John Kelly says it, but he didn't hear those words either. Other former high-ranking Trump officials who put out a statement this week backing what John Kelly said, but at the same time said they didn't hear it either. So I was very disappointed in my predecessor that he's made a decision. That's fine. But no, I never heard it. If I thought the man was a fascist, I would have quit. And I'm sort of surprised that John sat on this for 5.5 years without saying anything about it and didn't quit at the time.
To be clear, General Kelly has voiced intense criticisms of Trump previously, claiming he dismissed military veterans as suckers and losers. But it is unclear why he waited so long to make his latest, very dramatic revelations. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, rescuers are searching for people still missing in southeastern Spain after floods that have killed at least 158 people. China's financial hub Shanghai is bracing for potentially the worst rains in more than 40 years from Typhoon Congray. Donald Trump's ruled out a cabinet post for Elon Musk if he wins the election, and a new UN report's highlighting catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity bordering on starvation in 5 countries. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
realizing we typically do not get a chance to hear from Philip in Florida here on Friday mornings. But keeping an eye on the Caribbean still. According to AccuWeather, tropical development in the Caribbean can sometimes progress slowly. And we've seen that to be the case this week. But they say we still think there will be tropical development in the zone going into November. Over the past several days, the necessary ingredients for tropical development, moisture, ocean temperatures, they've been there. But nothing, no named storms have emerged. The culprit is wind shear. It's created a very hostile environment for showers and thunderstorms to organize into a tropical threat. There's not a lot of dry air in place, so it's really just the wind shear that's been holding things back. Now, the environment is expected to become more conducive for a depression or storm as we head into the first week of November here. By next week, most of that shear will shift north of the Caribbean, and so it will basically create a pocket with high ocean temperatures, plenty of moisture, and very low wind shear. AccuWeather experts say there is a near 90% chance of development. The National Hurricane Center, on the other hand, has it at a medium, more like a 50-50 chance of development. No matter the chance of development, rough surf and downpours will continue across the Caribbean into next week. There's another area of interest to the northeast of Hispaniola. That is less likely to develop because there's still a lot of wind shear there. All right, should the more northern feature evolve, it would tend to drift toward the west, near the larger islands of the Caribbean. Any threat that forms in the higher risk development zone could take one of two paths. Should the development occur in the Caribbean next week, two scenarios, one toward Central America, another near the Yucatan Peninsula. A more northern track would elevate the risk of impacts to the eastern Gulf Coast, likely in the November 6 to 11 time frame. So pretty much a full week from now. In the meantime, let's see who we got on board. Not seeing a name. Happy Friday.
Oh, yes. Hi, Steve. Happy Friday. This is Dan.
Hello, Dan.
I was how you doing today?
Good.
I was calling about that Mark Cuban, and I thought to myself, he made this. I don't like the guy, and like most people don't, but he makes this insulting remark about women. Of course, that gets blown by, and then they're going out and saying, well, what about this woman that's associated with Trump? Well, Mark Cuban sold the majority interest in the Mavericks to Miriam Adelson.
Yes.
Who is worth $35 billion. She is a huge, and I read where she's the largest Trump contributor and supporter, as was her husband, Sheldon Adelson. And I guess what I don't I can understand the liberal media, the mainstreams and the MSNBC and them, but I can't understand Fox not drawing the comparison. You just said this about a woman who is the majority owner of a team which you still have a minority interest in, and is she stupid? Is she not real smart?
Well, I think earlier this week, I think she made like $100 million donation to that PAC, didn't it? I mean, maybe that's what irked him a bit.
Oh, Steve, it's $10 million here. And she is, by the way, has a medical degree. She is an MD. in this country and in Israel. So, I mean, you're the only show I've been able to get on to bring this up, but I would think that somebody would make the connection to this, because that really is the story next to what he's saying. All simply somebody would have. Hopefully, he's going to lay low now. But I mean, yeah, and it shows you. Oh, he says he's such a phony, and the reason he sold the team because the attendance was tanking because of his sole ownership of that team. I have family in Dallas that are Maverick fans, and they hated to go to see him there. And, but yeah, so that would be the follow-up question if he ever goes on an actual honest interview would be, are you saying Miriam Adelson is not very bright? I mean, you're what you accuse Trump of, an entrepreneur or a salesperson par excellence is whatever he said about him. But she's a medical doctor. She has a degree, couple of degrees in medicine, one from in Israel and one, I believe, over here. And I hear stuff like this, and it confuses. I wonder why somebody else didn't. I'm a person of average intelligence. We could make the connection, but that's one of the things I wanted to call about. And the other thing is, is there ever an accounting held of these pollsters who get it wrong? Because, no offense, but your newscast, which you don't have any control over, does it come out of Britain, doesn't it? Is it a British feed or something like that? But, them and Evers, this election is razor tight. It's razor tight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I read tonight on Breitbart that Trump, a PA poll, a Pennsylvania poll came out and showed Trump up 5. So, and I mean, when the election's over, and if Trump not just wins, but wins in a big way, are these people ever held accountable?
Right.
Or who's putting out that? I mean, why they keep saying it's close, it's close, it's
razor
close.
tight, yeah.
It's like that ABC deal. That wasn't an accident. That was done deliberately. So anyway, I appreciate the show, and I just thought I'd bring it up because I haven't heard that, and at all, and I couldn't figure out why. You obviously knew about the woman. Yeah, is that what it was? 100 million?
95, 100. Saying, that announcement was like 2 days ago, and then the following days when Cuban makes the statement about Trump doesn't surround himself with intelligent, powerful women.
Well, yeah, and it shows you how unhinged he is about this election, right? For him to be that reckless.
Yeah.
Because I've been to Mavericks games, and I've not heard booing, but I guarantee if he shows up again down there or wherever he may go, NBA fans are probably more liberal than a lot, except for there and in Houston. But if he shows up there, he's liable to get booed. And he deserves it for making that insulting remark about, he's talking about the woman that bought him out, that made him millions of dollars. So they own, I don't know if you know about them, their hotel, they own the Sands Hotel in Vegas? Is that one still open? I think it is.
I can't remember if it was the Wynn or the Sands. One, yeah, some of the big, one of the big. Yes, he was a casino.
Well, I think they own the Bellagio too, which I've been to that place. That's pretty nice. It's very upscale. But anyway, well, thanks an awful lot, Steve. It sounds like you're going to be having a pretty action-packed weekend, huh? Getting that Christmas tree up.
Yeah, boy.
And going out to dinner, and then I think, what else did you say? You have a music thing?
Yeah, a little concert. It's a local band, so it's not like a big arena thing, but a local band there Saturday night.
Well, good. Well, you enjoy yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. All right, I'm looking. Yeah, that report had come out 2 days ago. Miriam Adelson, billionaire owner of the Mavericks and the casino company. It's the Las Vegas Sands. There it is. Let's see. Donated $95 million in the third quarter alone, totaling over $100 million for the year to the pro-Donald Trump Preserve America PAC, according to the Federal Election Commission filing. Adelson, according to the filing, made 4 large donations to the Preserve America PAC. $25 million July, $25 million August and September, $25 million and $20 million, respectively. Also has contributed $1 million to the Georgia Governor Brian Kemp's Super PAC. Adelson, an Israeli, passionate Zionist, and the 5th richest woman in the world, has dined with Trump over a half dozen times between last year and this, with much discussion centering around Israel policy and one another's families. Republican strategist Dave Carney, who Adelson tapped to lead the Preserve America PAC, told the New York Times, "We're trying to raise more, and Dr. Adelson has been a fundraising star, getting more people on board." That $100 million in donations marks more than half of the Dallas Mavericks team payroll, which is reportedly $186 million. Relationship between the Adelsons and Trump dates back to 2015, when Miriam and her late husband Sheldon first sat down with the future president. In that first meeting, the Adelsons pressed Trump on moving the U.S. Embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which he eventually followed through on. Trump later awarded Adelson the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2018. In 2020, the Adelsons were the largest donors to Trump's unsuccessful re-election campaign, spending some $75 million in that effort. Just 2 years earlier, in 2018, the couple was reported to have spent $113 million in support of Republican causes during the midterm elections. They donated $20 million to Trump's first presidential campaign in 2016, after originally throwing their support behind Senator Marco Rubio of Florida. Yeah, a move that Trump openly mocked until the Adelsons switched their support to him. So there you go. And your second question there, Dan, I knew I had seen this little blurb earlier. Polls consistently indicate that this presidential race is exceedingly close, on a razor's edge. At the same time, there have been a few murmurs among analysts that the election endgame could repeat 1980, when pollsters erroneously projected a close race between Jimmy Carter and the California former Republican Governor Ronald Reagan. The election ended in a near landslide for Reagan, who won the popular vote by near 10 points. The outcome, according to the New York Times, left Americans scratching their heads over how Ronald Reagan won an overwhelming victory in what was supposed to be such a close race. It was an outcome pollsters had not foreseen, and afterward, They quarreled openly about why their surveys failed to provide an accurate sense of what was going on. Yeah, pollsters spat over why they erred so badly. Could this year's race turn out similarly? In a decisive result, unanticipated by the polls? Might the expected tight race morph into a clear popular vote victory, if not a landslide? Could be for President Trump or Vice President Harris? ? Nat Cohen of the New York Times has pointed out that the polls are even modestly in error this cycle. Yeah, the result could be very different from the tight race they've indicated. Yeah, either candidate, he wrote recently, could win decisively. That possibility is far from implausible, though, as the Reagan-Carter election suggests. Some, but all national pollsters concluded after the 1980 election that millions of voters had made up their minds to support Reagan in the campaign's closing days and hours, confounding the expectations that the polls had set. Many pollsters ended their fieldwork before the closing weekend of the 1980 campaign, a cost-saving move that's contributed to predictive failure in more than a few elections. The polling director of CBS News at the time said, "I could kick myself." Clearly, our mistake was not to have polled in the last 2 days before the election. The final CBS News New York Times poll before the 80 election resulted in Reagan a lead at 1 percentage point. The final Washington Post poll indicated Carter was ahead by 4 points. Of course, no two presidential elections are quite the same in their rhythms, personalities, or issues, but at least a few leading issues this year, especially the economy and the Middle East, are prominent enough to invite comparisons to 1980 when Carter was seeking re-election. His term had been battered by inflation, defined by turmoil in the Middle East, notably the taking of the diplomatic personnel as hostages in Iran. In 1979, on Election Day 1980, Iran's regime still held 52 American hostages, tantalizing suggestions about their imminent release when unfulfilled. And then we know the rest of the story. Boom, just like that. Yes, suddenly things changed in the Middle East. Ultimately, they said, if in October of 1980 you had predicted that Ronald Reagan would defeat the incumbent Jimmy Carter in a landslide, you would have been met with the same derision I encountered in saying that Trump will decisively defeat Kamala Harris. Yeah, that was the quote from Dick Morris. 25 past the hour. The inbred redneck. Are we picking Ohio State or Penn State, brother?
Oh, brother, I'm going to tell you now. It's got to be Penn State, buddy.
Uh-oh.
It's a year of upsets. You know, everybody's been upset this year, and I think Ohio's going to get it twice, buddy. So, but Steve, I hear and I feel pain coming from people. I feel worry from everybody. They're worried about the election, buddy. But I want to tell all the people out there, do not fear. The inbred redneck is here. Everything's going to be all right, people. And Steve, just like you were saying in them polls, there's a landslide about ready to reach across America and just sweep everybody away. And these pollsters get it wrong all the time, buddy, and what I'm looking at is I'm going to be heading to the White House, buddy. That's all I got to say about that. I think they ain't even figured in the third party yet, the redneck party. We're going all the way up, buddy. I hope you're ready for the press conference. But, Steve, I was thinking, Dan brought up an interesting point. All these people are intertwined, intercircled, and all their stories repeat, and they always meet in different places, different times, and, daggone Elon Musk, Trump, and Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban and Elon Musk created PayPal, buddy. It's all intertwining here, But Steve, the feedback that I have gotten from people just over my idea of growing crops in the medians of America's interstate highways, byways, and whatnot, it's been a swarm of support, Steve. People are asking me if they can go down there and cut down trees in the median just to get some crops going, helping the homeless people. There could be sections of America, there's useless fruits out there, there's useless vegetables out there, Steve. Just think about it. The pumpkin, really the only good thing it's good for is roasting the daggone seeds. Your pumpkin pie mix ain't even got pumpkin in it. Did you know that, buddy?
I knew they're different. I didn't realize that. No, the pie mix pumpkins are the little small ones.
Yeah, but, anyway, we could grow those useless vegetables in the middle of the highway. Pumpkins. I mean, Steve, think about it. Corn. Ain't it useless, buddy?
Well, that depends on who you ask, but hey, we got to pause. You hit the news break, bottom of the hour, 29 past the hour.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Rescuers are searching for people still missing in southeastern Spain after floods that have killed at least 158 people. The Valencia region's been declared a danger zone, with experts warning there could be further rainfall. Hundreds of people are in temporary accommodation and roads and trains remain cut off. James Curl is a musician living in Valencia and says he's in disbelief.
Every town on the south and west of the city has been catastrophically affected. People have parked their cars in garages and some have never got out. Many people have lost their entire livelihoods. There's still tens of thousands of people without electricity, without running water, even without mobile signal. It's really very serious indeed.
China's financial hub Shanghai is bracing for potentially the worst rains in more than 40 years from Typhoon Kongray. The powerful storm caused 2 deaths and 515 injuries in Taiwan, while more than 11,900 people were evacuated. Laura Westbrook reports.
Shanghai is taking no chances, suspending its high-speed trains, with Kongray expected to bring more than 7 inches of rain. More than 4,000 emergency workers have been deployed to prepare for rescue efforts across several southern provinces. Meanwhile, Taiwan's offices, schools and financial markets reopened on Friday after the storm swept through the island. Heavy rain is set to continue, and flight disruptions in Taiwan also continued on Friday, with international flights cancelled.
Donald Trump has ruled out a cabinet post for Elon Musk if he wins the election. He's been speaking at a rally in Arizona. Kamala Harris was joined at her campaign event in Las Vegas by Jennifer Lopez with just 4 days until the US election. A new UN report suggests catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity bordering on starvation in 5 countries. The World Food Programme, together with the Food and Agriculture Organization, says that Gaza, Sudan and Haiti top the list of countries where it predicts people will starve to death. Jody Jacobs reports from the UN in New York.
The Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Program says that the acute food insecurity is set to increase in both magnitude and severity in the coming months across 22 countries. The two UN agencies warn that the spread of conflict, particularly in the Middle East, coupled with climate and economic factors, are pushing millions of people to the brink. While the Palestinian territories, Sudan and South Sudan, as well as Mali and Haiti, have been identified as the top 5 places most likely to see deadly hunger levels, the organization has added new hotspots of acute hunger since it last reported on this matter in June. These include Lesotho, Namibia and Niger.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
The microphone back at it here. Just looking at some of the headlines. Shorty sent me a very interesting one via Breitbart News this morning. What are we anticipating? Gotta pull it up here. Boards are going up in D.C. days before the election, as it seems some businesses are anticipating riots on election night. Boards as in boarding up. Andrew Layden, a freelance photographer in D.C., said he caught wind that some in D.C. are beginning the process of boarding up. So he decided to check it out himself. Indeed, he found that the back entrance of the post office near the White House has been covered with plywood boards. Workers are currently boarding up the front side of the office. The McDonald's next to the White House also has plywood going up over the building, as well as the building next to it. Yeah, he's got video showing the workers actively putting up the boards. Yeah, this just days ahead of Tuesday's election as both sides hope for a victory. Yeah, Early voting data indicate the momentum is with the Trump campaign, as he has the edge in most battleground states. Final polls coming out of these states bode well for him as well. For example, a Suffolk USA Today survey released this week examining the race in Michigan, showing Trump with the slightest edge over Harris in that key swing state. Meanwhile, early voting data for Republicans is strong in places like North Carolina. As we reported on Wednesday, both Republicans and independents are separately leading Democrats in the state in terms of ballots already cast. I was looking here. I had the story last evening where, they're saying that the Harris campaign is pretty much thrown in the towel in North Carolina, waving the white flag, that they pulled $100 and some million worth of advertising that was supposed to run from like Tuesday of this week till Election Day. They pulled all that advertising in North Carolina. The numbers showing that they pretty much don't stand a chance. Meanwhile, Pappy sent me a couple of headlines via X, formerly known as Twitter, from the 30th. Couple of headlines from that particular day. First, from Eric Doherty, said this is apocalyptic for Democrats in Nevada. The Republican holds an 8-point edge among the lowest propensity voters and an 11-point edge among low to medium propensity voters. The gap is closest among the partisans. Only Republican plus 4, meaning the GOP's momentum is not just Election Day partisans switching over, but a lot of new voters compared to Democrats. Western Lensman headlines, election headlines, all this in one day, which was Wednesday. And I think we've pretty much touched on all of these stories in the last couple of nights. First in Pennsylvania, Trump wins in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, after being forced to sue after the voting lines being shut down early. We touched on that. Virginia, where the Supreme Court of the United States ruled in favor of Virginia after Kamala's Department of Justice tried to reinstate all those self-identified non-citizens to have them on the voter rolls. Yeah, we touched earlier this morning on the Colorado Secretary of State Jena Griswold leaks the voting system passwords online. Michigan, Attorney Matthew DiPerno identifies single voter IDs being used to cast multiple ballots. Also in Michigan, the Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson announces a, quote, nationwide issue that cannot be fixed with Dominion voter access terminals. Pennsylvania, we touched on the ABC television station accidentally airing election results of Kamala Harris winning Pennsylvania by 5% with 100% of the vote in. Again, they said that was just, we were testing the equipment. And now he said, this is just the beginning. Mass chaos is on the way, as he put it. I don't know. All right, redneck. Mass chaos. Are you ready?
Yeah, buddy. And I'm going to tell you something. They're boarding up that White House because they know I'm going to be in there in January. Them Democrats are playing dirty tricks. They don't want me to have a good view of Washington, D.C. They don't want my adoring fans looking at me, Steve. This is some BS, buddy. But let me tell you, now, he's talking about corn and whatnot. I mean, buddy, all thing it's good for is making cornmeal, maybe popcorn and flour, But besides that, I mean, say you sit down and eat it, buddy. The next day you see it in a bowl, but it's not a bowl that you'd eat from. You know what I'm saying, buddy? So we need to shift all this production of these useless vegetables into the median. That way, if, there's a wreck or something or whatnot, all you're doing is taking out useless vegetables, pumpkins, corn, spinach. Maybe I'm just a weirdo and I like spinach, Steve. Maybe it's just me and Popeye. We're the only one that's out there. We've been known to surprise a few people. But yeah, buddy, I'm ready for Wednesday. I hope you've got a press presentation ready, buddy, since you're going to be heading up to press conferences and whatnot.
You're going to make me your press secretary?
Oh, yeah, buddy. It's in the works. It's been in the works a long time. But I just work on some answers there, buddy.
So I get the privilege of taking the place of Karine Jean-Pierre come January. I get to stand there at the podium. Yeah, can I lie every day like she does? Hey, the guy that was driving the garbage truck for Trump, according to the report, was sitting on the tarmac at Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport Wednesday. And he kind of opened up about the viral moment, how it came to be in an exclusive interview on The Story. Andrew Bryson, the vice president of Loadmaster, a family-owned garbage truck company based in Norway, Michigan, said he was sitting down to have lunch when their secretary got a phone call from someone asking if it was possible to get a garbage truck down to Green Bay, Wisconsin. I didn't really believe it at first. I picked up the phone and I talked to a guy, and then I guess after a little conversation, he knew somebody that I knew within the industry down in the area. I went out to our lot, found a nice-looking garbage truck, hopped in and started headed down to Green Bay. A Loadmaster garbage truck was decked out with American flags and a Trump Make America Great Again campaign decal and flag. Trump walked off his plane wearing the bright orange high-visibility garbage worker vest and headed toward the truck ahead of the campaign rally, which was obviously a jab at Biden, who called Trump supporters garbage. Yeah, he said, earlier today I referred to the hateful rhetoric about Puerto Rico. This is obviously Joe Biden, spewed by Trump supporters at Madison Square Garden, which is the only word I can think of to describe it. Garbage. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable. All right. There you go. So can you imagine being how would you feel to be the guy driving the garbage truck? Hey, we've got the President of the United States in here with me. That'd be pretty cool. All right, Eagle back on a Friday. Ready for the weekend? Yes, sir. Eagle, we got you there? Hello, Eagle. He may have dozed off. Okay, so let's try the Knuckle Buster. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. T. Summers, and a happy Friday to you. I guess Eagle doesn't like my baloney since he said he didn't like people called in with nonsense, right? Well, anyway, I was outside the truck fueling up when Big Ed was on. Did he ever tell you what he came down with off of the cruise?
You know what? All we discussed, I did not ask him. I know he was supposed to have gone to the doctor Tuesday, I think, this week, but I didn't ask him.
Oh, okay. What about Lone Ranger? I ain't heard him in a while either.
He did check in last night. Yeah, I think it was in that final hour, if I remember correctly. He set his alarm for like 4 o'clock in the morning so he could get up and converse a little bit. Yes, so he's doing fine.
Well, that's great. I was already in the bed at that point, I think. Well, I read on the drive here that Ford is stopping the F-150 Lightning production until 2025.
Yes,
because
sir.
the sales of it are real bad, Steve.
Nobody wants one.
No, I wouldn't want one either there. This billboard in Texas is a slam against one-way diesel performance. They've got a Motor Trend TV show. The clients are angry, and they just bought the billboard, and what they're saying is they cheated them out of money, see? Well, don't all mechanics do that?
Right.
Oh, don't answer that question. Keep yourself out of trouble stuff. Well, anyway, have yourself a great weekend. You got a great show going. I'm going to hit the bed again. I'm already back down in Dallas. I've had a long week. Memphis to Miami, Miami to North Alabama to Memphis, and I'm down in Dallas, and I'll be back home Saturday morning. So that will be my greatest day of the week, right?
So you've had them big wheels turning this week.
Yes, sir, absolutely. All right, have a great day, buddy, and have a great weekend. Enjoy your time with Mama Summers there, buddy.
Thank you so much there. Yes, indeed. I had that story, yes. Ford announcing yesterday they're going to halt production of the F-150 Lightning electric vehicle pickup for 6 weeks, from November 18 to January 6. Now, Ford's U.S. plants are already closed. They're typically closed for a holiday week in December. But a spokesperson said we continue to adjust production for an optimal mix of sales growth and profitability. They've been scaling back electric vehicle plans. Back in August, said they're killing the 3-row electric SUV, pushing back a new electric version of the best-selling F-150. They've instead thrown more investment into hybrid vehicles, combining an electric motor with a gasoline engine. Ford said this month their Ford brand U.S. electric vehicle sales are up 45% this year. Sales of the F-150 Lightning more than doubled to 7,100 in the 3 months ending September 30th. But that still represents just 3.6% of all F-Series pickup sales. Back in April, cut production of the F-150 Lightning to 1 shift after they announced in October of last year that they would temporarily cut 1 of 3 shifts at the Michigan plant. Jim Farley said one of the main solutions to slowing electric vehicle sales growth is bringing production costs down. This is the goal for the future health of the company. They're expecting to lose about $5 billion on electric vehicles this year alone. So 6 weeks, I guess folks are going to be at 6 weeks of unemployment. It is 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret,
Powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I believe Eskimo Mom wanted to chime in here on a Friday morning. Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. I'm sorry I had to drop here earlier, but I had to go to work and drop an in hook in and everything, and I'm finally back rolling. But what I want to chime in on Eagle, the gentleman that got arrested for assaulting some election workers. What happened was from what I'm gathering is that since that man had a campaign hat on or a T-shirt, he's doing something called campaigning, and every single polling place has roughly a 50 to 100 foot bubble around it where you cannot have anything, and you cannot. You may be diehard Trump, diehard Harris, who supporter of issue one, hate issue one like crazy, but people don't want to know who you're supporting or who you're against. It's called a secret ballot, and the campaign stuff you have on, you're just giving yourself away, and you may even be intimidating some people there too. So pretty much if you have a Trump hat, toss it in, or before you walk into the polling location, toss it in the car. Put a jacket on over your Trump T-shirt, or make sure your T-shirt's turned inside out, your jacket's turned inside out, and that way people don't know who you're supporting and everything, and then that way you're not stressing anybody out.
That was what I was thinking. I know they had rules about you cannot campaign. So wearing anybody supporting anyone, a local representative, an issue, anything within that buffer zone, right? Because out there in the parking lot, nobody's allowed to be handing out those little flyers and whatnot once you actually get in there and are going in to vote, right?
Yes, if the person's outside that bubble, yeah, they can hand out campaign flyers and stuff like that. But once you're inside that bubble, and most of the time they will have most of the polling locations will have some sort of sign up saying no campaigning beyond this point. And once you're beyond that point, it's like no. It's like you can't. It's no campaign flyers, no nothing. And just walk in and cast your ballot and be on your merry way.
So for someone, if I tried to go in and say no, I'm not taking my Trump hat off, that could get me in trouble, right?
That could get you in trouble, but pretty much we've been told that but in my county we've been told that if we don't fuss, just get the person and get the person in line, get them taken care of, help them get their ballot taken care of and everything, help them get out of there as soon as possible.
Get them out, okay.
And just just to keep from this. Something our county's tried to do is what they call de-escalation, and some people have actually had some training in how to calm people down, so they don't get to the point that we need to call 911 and get either the local cops or the sheriff out there and have the person have a nice little heart-to-heart with them.
Never looks good to have the cops hanging outside. You pull up to, you pull it in to vote, and you got the law enforcement out there. What's going on? Yeah. Okay, well, we were talking electric vehicles a moment ago. All over the country. I have two separate scenarios here. New Jersey is one. I think Washington State was the other. Concerns about electric vehicle mandates spurred action on the topic at the State House. State lawmakers are having a bit of buyer's remorse, angst about the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection's adoption of the Advanced Clean Cars rule. A page right out of California. These mandates are described as aligning New Jersey's vehicle electrification requirements with California's standards. Senate Republican leader Anthony Bucco and Assemblyman Michael Teresi have called for hearings on the mandates. State bureaucrat employees should not be circumventing the duly elected legislature by imposing restrictive California-style mandates on the people and businesses. Instead of bypassing the legislature, we should be as transparent as possible, giving stakeholders a platform and give them an opportunity to be part of the conversation. They're pretty much saying, like everybody else, these mandates are not workable.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Rescuers are searching for people still missing in southeastern Spain after floods that have killed at least 158 people. The Valencia region's been declared a danger zone, with experts warning there could be further rainfall. Hundreds of people are in temporary accommodation and roads and trains remain cut off. James Curl is a musician living in Valencia and says he's in disbelief.
Every town on the south and west of the city has been catastrophically affected. People have parked their cars in garages and some have never got out. Many people have lost their entire livelihoods. There's still tens of thousands of people without electricity, without running water, even without mobile signal. It's really very serious indeed.
China's financial hub Shanghai is bracing for potentially the worst rains in more than 40 years from Typhoon Kongray. The powerful storm caused 2 deaths and 515 injuries in Taiwan, while more than 11,900 people were evacuated. Laura Westbrook reports.
Shanghai is taking no chances, suspending its high-speed trains, with Kongray expected to bring more than 7 inches of rain. More than 4,000 emergency workers have been deployed to prepare for rescue efforts across several southern provinces. Meanwhile, Taiwan's offices, schools and financial markets reopened on Friday after the storm swept through the island. Heavy rain is set to continue, and flight disruptions in Taiwan also continued on Friday, with international flights cancelled.
Donald Trump has ruled out a cabinet post for Elon Musk if he wins the election. He's been speaking at a rally in Arizona. Kamala Harris was joined at her campaign event in Las Vegas by Jennifer Lopez with just 4 days until the US election. A new UN report suggests catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity bordering on starvation in 5 countries. The World Food Programme, together with the Food and Agriculture Organization, says that Gaza, Sudan and Haiti top the list of countries where it predicts people will starve to death. Jody Jacobs reports from the UN in New York.
The Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Programme says that the acute food insecurity is set to increase in both magnitude and severity in the coming months across 22 countries. The 2 UN agencies warn that the spread of conflict, particularly in the Middle East, coupled with climate and economic factors, are pushing millions of people to the brink. While the Palestinian territories, Sudan and South Sudan, as well as Mali and Haiti, have been identified as the top 5 places most likely to see deadly hunger levels, the organization has added new hotspots of acute hunger since it last reported on this matter in June. These include Lesotho, Namibia and Niger.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the claims by former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly that Donald Trump is a fascist who, during his first term in office, expressed admiration for Hitler not once but on multiple occasions. The claims by General Kelly, just days before the end of America's election campaign, were embraced last week by Kamala Harris. She seized on them to describe her rival as a fascist, unfit to occupy the office of the presidency. But are the claims true? Kelly's successor as Trump's White House Chief of Staff is Mick Mulvaney.
I never even heard him mention Hitler at all, let alone in a positive sense. I thought it was noteworthy that John Bolton, who's the National Security Advisor and I was the Chief of Staff, whose antipathy towards Donald Trump is not hidden, said that, he believes John Kelly when John Kelly says it, but he didn't hear those words either. Other former high-ranking Trump officials have put out a statement this week backing what John Kelly said, but at the same time said they didn't hear it either. So I was very disappointed in my predecessor that he's made a decision. That's fine. But no, I never heard it. If I thought the man was a fascist, I would have quit. And I'm sort of surprised that John sat on this for 5.5 years without saying anything about it and didn't quit at the time.
To be clear, General Kelly has voiced intense criticisms of Trump previously, claiming he dismissed military veterans as suckers and losers. But it is unclear why he waited so long to make his latest, very dramatic revelations. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, rescuers are searching for people still missing in southeastern Spain after floods that have killed at least 158 people. China's financial hub Shanghai is bracing for potentially the worst rains in more than 40 years from Typhoon Kongray. Donald Trump's ruled out a cabinet post for Elon Musk if he wins the election, and a new UN report's highlighting catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity bordering on starvation in 5 countries. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Here we go. Final hour, Friday, TGIF, first day of November. So I guess you survived Halloween, right? Yeah, depending on what part of the country you were in. Yeah, we were in a zone where the trick-or-treaters was way down. Windy, dreary, rainy. Not a good night for trick-or-treaters. I got my email here. Let's see, Jocelyn in Virginia says, "Good grief, you guys. Corn makes ethanol." You see, inbred redneck. You gotta take what the inbred redneck says with a grain of salt. Most of us know that by now, right? Yeah, boy. Hello to Steve in Columbus. Good morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners. It's the best day of the week, and we're looking forward to the next couple of days off. Yeah, not too much planned, which is just how we like it. Coffee's hot, car's ready to roll. Let's see what the day brings us. Everybody enjoy the day and your weekend. And we'll see what we can do there. Yes, Pappy, back on board. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Steve, thanks for taking me back. The reason I'm calling in is when I was listening to your newscast here, we're talking about this General Kelly.
Yes.
Right? I'll tell you right now, this man's a disgrace to the uniform, anybody that's ever worn a uniform. Steve, I'll try to make this quick, get off here. Bongino was talking about this. I saw an interview with a high level in Trump's administration that was in the Oval Office while Trump's talking to some of these generals, and specifically General Kelly. Apparently, he didn't like a lot of what General Kelly had to say. And there was one point Trump actually said, "You know what, get me some enlisted personnel in here." Enlisted personnel are non-officers, your privates, corporals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sergeants. They're not officers, especially high-ranking generals out of the Pentagon. He brought enlisted people in there and started asking them questions on, hey, how do you think things are going over here? You know, are you getting all the equipment do you need? What do you think about the rules of engagement? Asking them all these questions, which undermined General Kelly, and he blew a gasket. And he was pissed off. And this guy wanted to make it clear that, listen, you got to understand these generals, these guys out of the Pentagon, right? They want to keep their reputation because they want these cushiony jobs when they retire, right? With other, well, let's just say the weaponized industry. So nobody else has heard anything. And one guy, even on your newscast, made a good point. If this was the case, why didn't he resign? Right? Why does he wait 5 years to say all this stuff? And why does he resign? And nobody has ever heard the same comments that this General Kelly is making. He said they got egos that you would not believe these people.
So Trump pretty much embarrassed his
Right.
ass. You don't want to embarrass a general
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yes. And the general was like, I'm not going to have this. And they want to write books and they want to make money and all that kind of good stuff. But I'm telling you right now, I don't believe nothing that comes out of this man's mouth. Especially after hearing that. It was a video interview with this man. The man, I'm telling you, I was in the Oval Office. I was in the room when this stuff was going on. This Kelly's a goof.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump saw it, and there you go. All right. Thanks for taking me back a second time. Be safe. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you for sharing. Yes, sir. All right, in the state of Texas, what do we have? The Texas Department of Public Safety has arrested members of 262 gangs in the last 2.5 years alone, according to the acting ICE director, Tom Homan. The host pointed to recent headlines about the number of Chinese gangs operating in states like Oklahoma and Montana, pointing to the fentanyl and marijuana industries. Homan said the presence of these gangs, whether it's MS-13 to Chinese gangs, is not deniable. He provided more context to the severity of the issue, bringing up data in Texas pulled by the governor. In the last 2.5 years, Texas DPS and the National Guard working on the border arrested people from 262 different gangs. 262 gangs, not individuals. I didn't realize there were that many gangs in the world. But gang members are coming across. Yeah, and these are only the people they arrested. Think about the 3.2 million gotaways. Now, they're most likely bad guys because they paid more to get away. These people are most assuredly gang members, people bringing in fentanyl, individuals from countries that sponsor terror. Homan said this is the biggest national security issue in my lifetime, and I stress that. Pull all this other stuff aside. This is the biggest national security vulnerability this country has seen since September 11 of 2001. It is not okay. I don't care what it cost. We need to secure the border. Now, his remarks ahead of former President Trump's press conference where he discussed the border crisis and the consequences of the open border policies of Biden and Harris. Kamala wanted to defund ICE. We didn't have ICE. We never got anybody out. They're tougher and they're smart and they love our country. But an MS-13 gang member who was apprehended by Border Patrol, but under the policy of the border czar, Kamala, he was released into the United States to kill. Tammy Nobles, who lost her daughter, Kayla Hamilton, to that individual monster. The Biden-Harris administration did not do their job. If they would have done their job, made that phone call to El Salvador, my daughter would still be alive today, was the comment from the mom. And that is true. But trust her. Yeah, she's going to secure the border. All right, Eagle, I think you dozed off there earlier. Welcome back. Did he doze off? Eagle, he dozed off again. You weren't there that long. Buzz Aldrin, we all remember that name, right? The famed astronaut Buzz Aldrin. This week endorsed former President Trump, highlighting how under his first administration, the United States saw a revitalized interest in space. In a press release Wednesday, Aldrin highlighted the accomplishments the Trump administration made to elevate human space exploration and how the Trump administration reinstituted the National Space Council and created the U.S. Space Force. As the nation faces serious, difficult realities on the global security landscape, the nation was also experiencing economic challenges, stability in our communities, and rule of law concerns. Adding that he feels the United States is best served by voting for Trump. Most citizens rightly consider it an honor to cast their vote for a leader they believe will best serve the nation, our government, by, for, and of the people. For me, for the future of our nation, to meet enormous challenges, and for the proven policy accomplishments above, I believe the nation is best served by voting for Donald Trump. I wholeheartedly endorse him for President of the United States. Godspeed, President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. In his press release, Aldrin said, a half-century ago, I was part of an important effort to put a human being on the moon. It was an honor to serve my country in that capacity. I'm proud of what we accomplished then. Well, that was 55 years since Americans set foot on the moon, the only nation ever to do so. That effort continues to inspire new generations to press ahead, blaze new trails of understanding, and expand our presence in space for all mankind. I have dedicated my life to the pursuit of scientific understanding, exploration, the enduring human presence in space. The importance of that mission, the calling, runs through every fiber of my being. He added that he had watched the government's approach to space wax and wane over the years, noting that the Trump administration elevated human space exploration and reignited national efforts to get back to the moon and eventually push on to Mars. Interesting how in the news breaks we are hearing that Trump, I guess he's made the call that he does not have a position for Elon Musk in an administration under Trump. But undoubtedly, NASA will continue working with the likes of SpaceX and Starship, making that push back to the moon and maybe Mars. Might it happen in our lifetime?
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
So we made it through Halloween. Some had some ugly weather. Now we look toward Election Day. And we know, historically, the weather can play a role in determining how many people turn out for important elections. The area where drenching rain occurs, thunderstorms erupt, and downpours trigger localized flash flooding on Election Day is going to depend on the track, speed, and intensity of a two-pronged storm and a trailing cold front. That storm duo will traverse parts of the Rockies, Plains, Mississippi Valley, and upper Midwest, while the heavy snow will likely be winding down from Monday night to Tuesday morning over the Rockies. Locally, heavy rain and thunderstorms will be affecting parts of the Plains, the Mississippi Valley for the better part of Tuesday. Now, that complex storm system differs from the weather affecting the midsection of the nation this week. Both are signs, though, of a change from abnormally dry drought conditions that have been building since the summer. The second and larger part of the storm duo will be swinging out of the central and southern Rockies to the Plains and Mississippi Valley as Tuesday progresses. So we're kind of watching the zone from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, northward to Illinois, and into the presidential swing states of Michigan and Wisconsin, most likely to see some of the greatest impacts from that storm. I don't know if you're afraid to get out in the ugly weather. Maybe now is the time to get out there and do your early voting. And as Eskimo Mom mentioned a few nights ago, here in the state of Ohio, Sunday will be the final early voting day. No early voting on Monday. So if you don't early vote by Sunday, you'll have to vote once the polls actually open there on Tuesday, Election Day. All right, who we got on board?
Tim?
Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, Steve. Wanted to call in. I got a chance to listen to the whole town hall with Tucker Carlson and Trump last night.
Okay.
And the story on Elon Musk, Trump said he would love to have him in his cabinet. Elon's not interested. He's more interested in helping on the side to balance the budget. And Trump had made the statement that Elon said if he focuses on it, that they'll be able to drop the deficit $2 trillion a year with Elon trying to cut things here and there.
Really?
And helping that way.
Wow.
Yeah. So I just wanted to chime in. It's been a while since I talked and called in, and it's been at least over a year since I've chimed in. I just thought I'd give you that bit of information.
Okay, well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of curious as to what happened with the Elon thing. So, obviously, Elon's with the SpaceX and the Tesla and all the things he does already, and X, he's a very busy man.
Yes, of course. He's got a lot going on, but he's got to take time away and try to help Trump out as far as balancing the budget and getting some of the debt knocked down.
Yeah. All right, very good. Well, Tim, hey, thanks for chiming in. You have a great Friday and a better weekend. And don't be such a stranger. It's actually been like 2 years. It's 2022 last time we heard from him. Hey, it's been a while since we've heard from Sylvester.
No, it hasn't been that long. How's it going, brother?
Doing all right.
Oh, sorry. I'm hearing background noise. Is it echoing?
I mean, it sounds like you're out there driving. I do hear a lot of background noise on my end.
I am driving home after a long week. So this is all I really have to say. I was just listening to an interview with someone who I don't know who he is. I didn't catch his name, but he clearly had something to do with working with Bolton in the State Department during the previous Trump administration.
Okay.
And of course, you know, I have some huge concerns about some of the things Trump has said about NATO, Ukraine, China, Korea, you know, just generally speaking, as far as foreign policy goes. But I wanted to say this. With the election, was it 5 days away? Is that right?
Yes, Tuesday, so it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I guess 4 days. If you count today, it's 5. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's, not 4:30 in the morning, Steve. I'm not counting today for you.
Yep.
It's over for me because I'm headed home, man. It's 7:30 at night here, so on Friday. But anyway, this is what I wanted to say. If you haven't voted, get off your ass and vote. Look, I'm 15,000 kilometers, which is, what is that in miles? 7,000 miles, nearly 5,000 miles away from the States. And I've already voted. Okay? I made sure that I was going to have an opportunity to make sure Kamala Harris is not president. Period. You people can do the same. You've got 5 days. Make plans for it. Make sure you're there. Now, on top of that, and I'm going to use the if word instead of a when word, because if President Trump becomes president again, there's going to be a lot of problems in the country. I mean, look, if President Trump loses, there's going to be problems in the country. So make no mistake about it, you need to prepare. I've been saying stuff like this for how many years, Steve?
Yeah, many.
You got 5 days, people, if you haven't already started, and I'm not talking just about making sure you've got some ammunition put away and making sure you got yourself some type of protection. And
you got to have some food, some water. There could be some real unrest. I mean, we got to pause there.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Rescuers are searching for people still missing in southeastern Spain after floods that have killed at least 158 people. The Valencia region's been declared a danger zone, with experts warning there could be further rainfall. Hundreds of people are in temporary accommodation and roads and trains remain cut off. James Curl is a musician living in Valencia and says he's in disbelief.
Every town on the south and west of the city has been catastrophically affected. People have parked their cars in garages and some have never got out. Many people have lost their entire livelihoods. There's still tens of thousands of people without electricity, without running water, even without mobile signal. It's really very serious indeed.
China's financial hub Shanghai is bracing for potentially the worst rains in more than 40 years from Typhoon Kongray. The powerful storm caused 2 deaths and 515 injuries in Taiwan, while more than 11,900 people were evacuated. Laura Westbrook reports.
Shanghai is taking no chances, suspending its high-speed trains, with Kongray expected to bring more than 7 inches of rain. More than 4,000 emergency workers have been deployed to prepare for rescue efforts across several southern provinces. Meanwhile, Taiwan's offices, schools and financial markets reopened on Friday after the storm swept through the island. Heavy rain is set to continue, and flight disruptions in Taiwan also continued on Friday, with international flights cancelled.
Donald Trump has ruled out a cabinet post for Elon Musk if he wins the election. He's been speaking at a rally in Arizona. Kamala Harris was joined at her campaign event in Las Vegas by Jennifer Lopez with just 4 days until the US election. A new UN report suggests catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity bordering on starvation in 5 countries. The World Food Programme, together with the Food and Agriculture Organization, says that Gaza, Sudan and Haiti top the list of countries where it predicts people will starve to death. Jody Jacobs reports from the UN in New York.
The Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Programme says that the acute food insecurity is set to increase in both magnitude and severity in the coming months across 22 countries. The 2 UN agencies warn that the spread of conflict, particularly in the Middle East, coupled with climate and economic factors, are pushing millions of people to the brink. While the Palestinian territories, Sudan and South Sudan, as well as Mali and Haiti, have been identified as the top 5 places most likely to see deadly hunger levels, the organization has added new hotspots of acute hunger since it last reported on this matter in June. These include Lesotho, Namibia and Niger.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Friday, TGIF. And welcome back, Sylvester. Thanks for hanging in there.
Not a problem, my friend, not a problem. Look, I don't want to get too long-winded about this because it's kind of late to be, like, trying to put stuff away. You can only get so much. But the point is this. Look, take after your family. Look after your family. Look after your friends. But you got to make sure that if you're doing any type of... Look, there's so much to say, dude. I remember friends of mine sending messages over SMS, over text message about things that they were doing. Don't even do that. You know what? You're being watched. Whether you like it or not, you're being watched. Everything that you say and do is being watched. Unless you're talking to somebody face-to-face, in person, in a quiet environment with your phone turned off or somewhere else, you're being watched. So, in saying all of that, I pray fervently that the United States of America stands, and that they make we all have made the wise choice, and that any cheating is put down. It's like the whole thing in in Georgia. They cheated so bad in Georgia. No, I'm not talking Georgia in the United States. I'm talking about the country.
Right.
They cheated so bad in Georgia. They have videos of people stuffing the ballot boxes. And people, they were trying to stop it. And these were just the ones that they saw. Okay? I mean, you remember how one day, I think it was not the last election, but the previous election, where they had people in Philadelphia, precincts in Philadelphia where they had 139% voting.
Right.
Remember those?
Yep.
Look, it's going to happen again. There are areas that it's already happening. And let's just hope that good Americans have actually made the decision to actually get out and vote already. And also, at the time, they actually go out and vote on the day as well. Ones that haven't voted. If you think your vote doesn't count, I got news for you. It counts more today than any other day in history. If you don't vote, you're voting for Kamala Harris. That's all there is to it. Look, people, this is the most critical vote that's ever happened. There are 3 Americans that I work with at my store. There are 3 of us. Two of us are veterans. One of them, he's a bit of what I call a granola. He's a bit of a, what do they call it? A bit of a hippie. But you know what? He didn't vote for Kamala. All 3 of us voted for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, and every American that I know, that I talk to, has not voted for Harris. Am I still on? Oh, it's my wife calling me. Still have to wait.
Yeah, so somehow magically, I mean, we're all kind of wondering how many magical votes can show up on election day, or maybe in the days after.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to hope that there's better coverage. People, I gotta tell you, you need to take your video cameras. Not necessarily in the booth, because in a lot of places that's illegal.
Right.
But you need to document every little screw up that they make. Every time that remember back when Gore was being, was going against the Bush the second, and there was the term disenfranchisement. Remember that, Steve?
Absolutely.
Well, you know what, Americans? All you good Americans out there, you're being disenfranchised. And we need as much video evidence of that. Because I got to tell you, there's crap coming down the pipeline now that you're not going to be able to stop, but you need to be able to justify why it's happening. And you can take that to mean whatever you want.
Okay.
But as I was saying, I pray to God that this goes the correct way. And you know that there are people that are wackos on the left that are also owners of firearms and also military and are former military. You got to make sure that whatever you do, you watch those people, because they're the ones that are going to be the ones that do stupid crap. You've already seen it. You've already seen it happen twice. Once in Pennsylvania, the other in Florida. And you got to be careful. All right, brother. Look, I better call this lovely woman back at the start of my weekend. We're gonna go tomorrow after she's done with work and buy a bunch of roses and plant them in our front yard.
All right.
Whole bunch of roses. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. All right, but don't keep her hanging there, right? It might be an important phone call. All right, let me see. Someone had posted here questioning on the stream chat a little bit ago. What's the word on the Interstate 471 bridge connecting Cincinnati and northern Kentucky? I did share the link from our local Fox affiliate. Both sides of Interstate 471 are shut down. Locally, we call it the Big Mac Bridge. It's called the Daniel Carter Beard Bridge over the Ohio River. After a large fire and reports of explosions this morning, Friday morning. Now, reports say the bridge is going to be shut down for, quote, quite some time until we can evaluate the damage on the bridge. It's very likely going to carry over into the rush hour traffic, according to one first responder over the police radio about 4 o'clock this morning. This was originally reported by multiple 911 callers as a vehicle fire on southbound 71 on the Cincinnati side of the bridge just before 3:30 a.m. Campbell County dispatchers and Cincinnati police say the incident is on the Cincinnati side of the bridge. But the quote is the 471 bridge is going to be shut down for quite some time until we can evaluate the damage on the bridge. First responders are requesting a drone operator to report to the bridge as soon as possible, and a hazmat truck is now on the scene. I don't know what kind of vehicle. If you're going to have explosions, I'm thinking maybe it was a truck. I just don't know the facts on what was actually burning, what might have exploded, but they've got hazmat on the scene, which, of course, they call hazmat out, whether it's a diesel fuel spill or a gas spill and whatever the case might be. But so that's what we know. And if it carries into the morning rush, which that's not too far down the line, that's going to move all this traffic that normally would take 471 bridge. They're all going to, I guess they're all going to have to try to jump over to the I-71, I-75 Brent Spence Bridge, which is always busy on any given morning rush. Could be, it's probably going to be major backups trying to get across from northern Kentucky to the Cincinnati side and vice versa this morning. So just a heads up there. Yeah, I have no idea what the conditions are like now, but obviously here in a couple of hours, if it's still shut down, probably would want to take the loop, the 275 loop around, well, whichever direction you're going, from Cincinnati, from Ohio to Kentucky, or vice versa. I know it adds 10, 12 miles, something, 12, 15. I'm not sure exactly. It adds a few miles to the trip, but it's sure as hell better than sitting in 2 hours of non-stop bumper-to-bumper traffic on a Friday morning, no less. Now, Sylvester mentioned the early vote, and this is happening all over the country, we know. But the numbers out of the state of Georgia, it's unfathomable. Massive number of people in Georgia, they say, who did not participate in the 2020 election have voted early in this presidential race. According to the analysis from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, AJC and GeorgiaVotes.com found that over 500,000 people in the state of Georgia who did not vote in 2020 have already cast ballots. As of Wednesday morning, 613,000 voters, including new residents, Georgians who were not old enough to vote 4 years ago, as well as residents who've moved back after a time living in other states, and voters who were registered for decades but skipped the vote in 2020. According to a political scientist at Emory University, we think the electorate is being really static, referring to conversations about candidates winning back voters, when the much bigger pool of people is not folks who are switching parties. It's folks who could not have voted, didn't vote, or couldn't have voted in previous years. In social media post this past day, Atlanta Journal-Constitution political reporter said that the highest early voting turnout in Georgia is not in the Democrat strongholds like DeKalb County or the fiercely contested suburbs that surround metro Atlanta. It's the sparsely populated rural communities where Republicans dominate, he says. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution's final survey before the election, which I guess they've done their last, showing Trump was leading Harris with 47% of the vote, with Harris 43%. Technically, that 4-point difference is outside the survey's 3.1% margin of error. However, 8% of voters in the state, according to that survey, said that they were undecided. If that is true, that's more than enough to swing the race in either direction. According to Breitbart News Friday, well, this was last Friday, a week ago today, more than 30 million votes had been counted or cast. I've seen in excess of 60 million votes have now been cast in early voting for this election. I mean, if these trends continue, I mean, we thought, the 2020 election was record numbers. Yeah, this could shatter those numbers, again, if the count continues like this.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, round and third, headed for home on a Friday, November 1 already. Wow. Yes, it is the unofficial Charlie Parkinson impersonator.
Good morning, Steve. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Parkinson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. GMA and BS News has got a report. Actually, we got an on-the-spot report. I'm going to the tape now. This is Charlie Parkinson, and I am interviewing the Rambler. Mr. Rambler, what are you doing? Well, Charlie, I had to go in and get my nails done. You see, I got a real pretty color of mauve done. You see, me and the other Bong Squad members, they're over there in Pappy's squad car. Have got a gig this weekend. You know, we're supposed to go over here to this club and do our village people impersonations. There you have it, folks. That is the news on the Rambler and the Bong Squad. They are at it again, doing their village people impersonations. Now, a word from our sponsor. Just remember, folks, winter is right around the corner. You must keep your outside pets dry from the snow to sleet and the freezing rain. Order your pond umbrella today. It will keep your scaly friends dry in the rain. These things are selling like hotcakes at a desert oasis. And now for their latest product. They are selling used lottery tickets. $100 worth of used lottery tickets for the great low price of $19.95. But wait, there's more. For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can get $200 worth of lottery tickets. That's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. All of our products are visually inspected by the blind man, except for the lottery tickets, of course, and they are guaranteed to be genuine losers. All right, just remember their motto at GMA and BS Enterprises, brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia Werewolf. We'll treat you right.
What a way to wind up a week. What a way to kick off the month of November. I found the rest of the story, which they say Kamala Harris is kind of waving the white flag in North Carolina, surrendering the state to Donald Trump, as her campaign withdrew nearly $2 million in planned ad buys from television stations statewide. Less than a week before the election, more than $1.7 million in canceled ad buys by Harris's campaign suggest her team believes, given the polling data and the early vote data, that the Tar Heel state is no longer in play for her. Trump's campaign advisor jumped at the news, celebrating Harris's team giving up on the state a week before the election. More than 3 million people have already voted early in North Carolina, which can be done via mail-in, absentee ballot, or in-person locations. Republicans, interestingly, for the first time ever, actually lead the early vote. Yet North Carolina provides the partisan breakdown and the demographic data on early voters in the state, something that they've done now for more than a week. This remarkably consistent Republican lead has shocked political observers, as the demographic data also suggests Democrats face serious issues in competing at the top of the ticket in the state. Black voter turnout down approximately 3% from 2020. About a 1% more men than women compared to 2020 are voting. These strong headwinds against Harris in North Carolina were proving to be a major issue for her in the closing days of the campaign, as she's set to flip the only battleground state out of 7 nationwide that Trump won in 2020. For comparison purposes, again, Trump won North Carolina in 2020, and the electorate, per the early voting data based on millions of votes cast so far, suggesting a much more Republican-friendly electorate even than we saw in 2020. In addition, older voters are turning out in much higher numbers, while younger voters are dropping off from the last election. It's like the trends we're seeing from one state to the next, it seems to be pretty consistent. Lastly, one final note, the Truck Leasing Task Force brought together several experts to address the problem of predatory lease purchase agreements in the trucking industry. Maybe even more importantly, however, the task force provided a forum for truck drivers to share their stories. During this week's virtual meeting on Wednesday, several truck drivers participated in the public comment period. Robert Wilson, an owner-operator, said, "I've been a victim of a whole lot of this stuff. It was a rush job, and they try to sell you on the idea that you'll own the truck in the end. My truck broke down in less than a week, and I was still obligated to pay for the load. I had to pay for a hotel with my own money, even though I just got the truck." His story, they say, is not unusual. He's among what the task force conservatively estimates to be more than 200,000 truckers affected by predatory lease purchase agreements. All right, so we've been talking about that. I think they've got another meeting coming up here. Their final meeting actually comes up on November 20th. And we'll tell you what they have to say. Have a great weekend. Be safe out there, and join us back here at the midnight hour Eastern Time, Sunday night into Monday morning, as we'll kick off a brand new week of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but